Yo. Ugh. Good morning. Good morning. Someone you don't know. Thank you for the 67 months. Least parasocial viewer I've ever had. I'm gonna need a cigarette after that Zechnar run. Yeah, I was watching it right up until the end. I was hoping that he'd end before I went live so that I didn't miss anything. Good morning, chat. Got a lot to do today. Yo, what up, DJ? Unfortunately, you're about to get hit with 3 minutes of ads. I'm sorry. Twitch forces me to do it. I'm so sorry. Don't be mad at me. They're forcing me at gunpoint. Yo, what up, Emmy? I really think that I should probably start doing a 5-minute countdown intro at the beginning of streams, just because of the forced 3 minutes of ads that chat makes you run at the beginning of the streams. The original Dinner Slug, thank you for the 7 months. I'm not a big fan of the starting soon screens, but I feel like I might need to, like, the first 3 minutes of ads suck, man. Yo, Dark Elite, thank you for the 10 months.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. K third generation, thank you for the 29 months. The one time I'll say it right.
W ads. Can we celebrate this Prime sub with 5 gifted subs?
It's crazy that you typed ew ads and then DeGoth said W ads. Oh my god. The corporate shield the goth goes crazy. You should just make 3 minutes of Frost Prime ads to start the stream. Every stream I start off with 3 minutes of shilling Kettlehead. Thoughts? Yo, what up, Robohawk?
A hype train has begun.
They pay me to not slander them W ads.
The starting soon intro should be you singing your cover of the theme song that I've been begging for.
Yeah, he never sent me the fucking he never sent me the instrumental, man. I need the instrumental, and then I need to learn how to make a little bit of auto-tune.
Can Jerry shoot the Kettlehead ads?
Might be a fun sellout Friday where you can buy ad space that plays in the first 5 minutes of the stream. Okay, but it would have to be for, like, your actual companies or, like, your actual thing. You can't just make me do an ad for Palantir. Oh, my God. Zechnar just gave you a shout out for making him feel competitive. Did he? Good. I'm right on his heels. I'll get there. What if I wanted an ad for Duck Ass? Yeah, you could do that. You could own Duck Ass Industries.
This is an ad. Pay up.
It's an ad for doggo magic tricks. Watch the greatest magic trick that you've ever seen in your entire life. Where did he go? Bug from the root. Yo, 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 yo. Dude, YouTube chat was more active offline than Twitch chat today. What the hell is that? Twitch chat falling off. YouTube chat rising up.
Just finished working out some details of my first real job out of college this morning.
Nice.
Waiting on the contract to get sent so I can start tomorrow as a part-time Rive animator at $20/hour, only needing to work 4 to 5 hours a day.
That's not bad.
Super excited.
That's not terrible. Especially as a job of that seems to be in the industry that you want. At least that's what it sounds like. Congratulations. Oh no, YT.
I honestly believe you'll catch up to Zechnar soon. I love a good underdog story.
Yeah, Zechnar's streak
As in,
is
I'd like
only
to be
about to
under
pass
you,
the
dog.
world record for watcher streaks. His defect streak is only about to be the biggest streak that has ever existed in the history of the game for a single character. YouTube 1, Twitch 22. We're on the board, baby. You're the meme of the guy that's on the podium in 4th place, fucking breaking the champagne in his face. That's YouTube chat right now.
How is my favorite streamer Frost the Arseboy Prime doing today?
I'm doing good this morning. Dude, I love all this little TTS in the morning. I love all the little TTS spam. Getting back to our roots. Papa Nebo when he donates 50 members. Whoa! Papa Nebo, I'm pretty sure, lives in America. Wait, Papa Nebo, you live in...
I also love me some titties in the morning, I mean TTS.
Same. I love me some both of those in the morning. Jack, can we get 5 gifted to celebrate tits?
Call out to all Dutchies to go and vote.
Is that a word that you're allowed to say? Wasn't that like the entire 2nd season of, or 3rd season of Reacher?
Hey Frost, good
Was
to see
not
you.
calling people that word?
Shit's been tough. My sleep has been all over the place thanks to it. But glad it has once again flipped back so I can watch the most handsome man on earth again. How goes the pregnancy, BTW? Frost Bempreg.
There's a national election in the Netherlands right now. No, I thought that... Wait, am I crazy that that's... Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Brand stinking new one. Ananas. Ananas. Thank you. Granted, I thought Reacher Season 3 was ass, so I barely recall it. I loved all of the scenes of him climbing out of a window. I don't know. You guys are more, I don't know. If it's your culture, you can tell me off. I'm not the arbiter of what it is and isn't a bad word. I don't fucking know things, man. I'm a guy on the internet that begs for subscriptions because his sub count is falling by a few thousand over the last few days because of the...
Also, speaking of
the
Zechnar,
defect that thought being
here's
a
an
month ago.
important clip fresh from like 5 minutes ago. He gave you a shout out for making his world record streak possible just after reaching 29.
There's no way that he said that it's all possible because of me.
Hi.
I mean, I'll take full credit for it. Flips with
Hey,
the
Frost,
$24.99.
what's this kettlehead stuff, by the way.
Oh.
Also, I'm deathly afraid of shameless plugs.
Yeah.
It better not be anything like that.
No, it's not shameless at all because these are genuine friends of mine. So I wouldn't say that it's shameless. It's just a plug. Because is it a shameless plug if is it a shameless plug if we instead replace the word shameless with butt, and then that's what Dylan was putting in me? Every time that Dylan says that he believes in me,
I'm quite shameful of
it's
my
one more
plugs,
butt
actually.
plug.
I'd rather not talk about them.
I think it's $24.99 bits, by the way. That's 25 fucking bones. I think that's a +1 to Twitch right there, man. W Twitch chat. W Twitch chat. Holy, man. Also, let's watch this clip real quick. Oh my god. Ananas! With the 10 gifted after a tier 1. What is going on today? Holy fuck. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Thank you. All right, let's hit this free react content here. So Zechnar just got their defect streak to 29.
Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, shout out to First Prime, yeah, by the way. Because honestly, this streak started when the streak was like 6 or 7 or 8 or something. It was pretty low, single digit.
Right.
Like high single digit, but still not 2 digit yet.
Right.
He DM me saying that okay, he was doing this like defectathon very soon, and then the goal is to surpass my streak, and then he hopes that I can lose soon. So it actually happens. And then from that moment, the moment I see the message, I already know, okay, I cannot lose a single run. And I haven't lost a run since then, by the way.
Yeah, big problem. Kind of a problem. A month later, it's at 20-9. Don't worry, guys. The defectathon, we're going to start it back up. We're going to get a higher streak than Zechnar. Let's go! Anyways. Yeah, all the credit is given to me. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I will take all the credit. Yo, Sir Esky. First time chatter, what up? Yo, 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 yo. You are Zechnar's landlord? I might be. I bet Zechnar wouldn't challenge you to a swimming race. Me in the pool versus Zeki. Wouldn't even be close, chat. Wouldn't even be close. Sir Esky with the brand new tier 1 sub. Sir Esky, I do have to say, though, the last person the tier 1 sub did just give me 10 subs as well. I don't want to make you feel a high amount of pressure, but I have high hopes for you as a brand new sub, because now I've been Pavlovianly, after one time of it happening, made to think that every single brand new tier 1 sub today will also be giving me 10 gifted. Just saying. If it doesn't come true, I will cry. Never mind. Ananas gave the 10 subs on your behalf. So every single time that a brand new tier 1 sub comes through, Ananas gives 10 subs. It's actually that. I got it backwards. My Pavlovian response. Never mind, sir. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Huh? Now I think it's just every viewer has to give me 10 subs. I think that's where I'm at in my brain now.
Finally quit my job, was called homophobic slurs 6 months ago by the CEO, but haven't been able to quit until this week.
I think we need 10 subs in honor of Harnan getting to quit their fucking job from their homophobic CEO. That's what I'm fucking saying. T-Guy type fucking shit. Score point. With the fucking 10 gifted subs. T-Guy with the 10 gifted subs. Type motherfucking shit, dude. Dodging these subs like it's Dark Souls? Well, stop using the dodge button then. You have to choose to do that in Dark Souls. Huh? Honcho, thank you for the 10 subs! It's 10 sub week, apparently, man. Put that shit in fucking... Yeah, what the hell? Okay. Jay, thank you for the 10 subs. Where's Clash? It's up in there. Tommy Dog, thank you for the 10 subs. Jesus Christ. Papa Nemo with the 10 YouTube members. Score point with the snipe on Twinkie Octopus. Nice. Nice. Chat, how do I get TTS? Gifted subscriptions is the one way that you don't do TTS. But if you give me $1 through bits, you can do TTS. So instead of spending $50 twice.
Didn't even look at the goal for today.
Well, this is a very legitimate tier list today, chat. This is a very legitimate tier list. And we're going to have Clash and motherfucking S tier, dude. We're at 100 subs on the day already. Chat, it is 17 minutes into the stream. 17 minutes into the stream. Hello? What are we doing? End stream made money for the day. Listen.
Just glad my contribution made it to the funny number.
All I'm saying is, to quote Ludwig and probably his most favorite clip that has ever existed on Twitch and does not paint him in a bad light at all. Let's up those numbers!
I'm gonna watch your stream while playing Outer Worlds 2.
I'm gonna watch the stream while playing Outer Worlds 2. How is that game? Yo, hi, Kronos. How are the chickens? Checking. Everybody ask Kronos how the chickens are.
Chat, I need 10 gifted or I will triple my tenant's rent quick, guys.
Zoe's with the 20,000 IDR.
And Twitch chat donate 20k? Don't think so. We win.
Type shit. Well, Twitch chat can give... listen, they could give 20,000 bits. It is the equivalent of $200 versus your 20,000 is $1.21. So it's I think you could probably band for band them if bands equaled 20k. You know? Frenzy to bro, thank you for the 5.
Hello, hello, hi Frost, hello.
Captain Baker with the $1.22 donation.
That can't be
Take
right.
that, Zoe's. Headways, thank you for the 5.
Which let's show our bands.
Zoe, I know we meme on your 20k, but I hope you do know that I really do appreciate. You are a movement for good in terms of normalizing YouTube being supportive, and I really appreciate you.
How many subs for you to learn to play the ukulele for the starting soon intro?
Wait, August could teach me. August has a ukulele, and she knows how to play it slightly, I think. I don't know. For us, am I going to go trick-or-treating or some whimsical shit? This Halloween is actually shaping up to be like... It might be a party-hopping nightmare for me. So, we've been invited to 3 parties now. One of them is our next-door neighbors, so that one's easy. So, we've been invited to our next-door neighbor's house. We've been invited to a small party that's a few miles away. We've been invited to a party hosted by somebody at Somebody People, the restaurant that we all love and adore. So, I want to go and say hi to everybody over there. And then... it's also one of our closest friends' birthdays is Halloween. So, typing of the shit.
Ukulele, are you making an apology soon?
Actually, yes. Yeah. You better be wearing a different costume to all of them. I don't think I have a costume for any of them. I'll probably just be reusing my vamp costume. But it's also going to be, like, much colder, I'm pretty sure. Usually by Halloween in Denver, it gets, like, significantly cold. Like, we've had our first freeze. Yeah, the high today is, like... Oh, no, the high today is actually pretty warm. But we did freeze last night again. What is the 10-day forecast here? Friday, the high is 50. And the low is 32, which is 0 for the Celsius people. I have a T-Rex for a dog. Are you offering me your dog's T-Rex costume? Is that what you're saying? Wait, that's what I just need to do. We actually have a lot of costumes for Hardy Boy. I bring Hardy Boy to every party. Hardy Boy goes as a different thing. I'm a Pokemon trainer. Wait, Armadillo got the same thing. We got there at the same time. Wait a second. Wait, that actually goes crazy. His name is Party Boy after all. Yeah. That's lazy. I'm bringing a dog. Shut up. That's awesome. Huh? Excuse me? I think my donations count more since I'm not even a member, just saying. Actually, they count slightly less. Can we put Armadillo in F tier? Yeah. Because you're not committed to me, Zoe's. Can you snipe people on YouTube? Can you give somebody specifically a member on YouTube? Or is that another YouTube L? No? Damn, YouTube sucks, man. I mean, the platform. All right, what if we just keep gifting memberships on YouTube until Zoe's gets one? Zoe's, just to check before we do this, do you have memberships enabled? Are the accepting of gifted memberships enabled?
Petition
Is a setting you have to opt into.
Armadillo in S tier.
We're not... Can I add new things to this tier list? Yeah, I could add additional images. I could add Armadillo. Chat, we had a fucking stream where you could put me in S tier, and you didn't. Armadillo is at least B tier, as Frost is B tier.
YouTube sucks. As in, dick? Yes, please.
YouTube, do you suck penis? Yes or no?
Petition to put Armadillo in every tier.
I could put Armadillo in every chat. This is a legitimate tier list, all right? So far, we have one thing in the tier list, and again, it's legitimate. It's what I genuinely think. Smile. Yo, what up, Daniel? What up, Java? Java boy, thank you for the 5 gifted subscriptions. My top gifter of the day, if you can believe it.
YouTube
Actually, no, that's still Ananas. Never mind. Eat shit, Shay. Fuck you. Wait, you actually like that? I rescind my spit.
Because Armadillo.
You're saying that everything should be in alliteration, so Frost Prime should be in... Being on Twitch team now is like moving into big kid school. It's awesome but scary because everyone is bigger than you. What? No. Do you understand how much respect you get as when you're here for the first time and you become a sub and you gift 10 subs? Do you know how much respect you gain immediately? It's really easy to gain respect on Twitch, okay? It's really easy.
Spit on the ass boy.
It's either you and give me the 10 gifted or the another 5 gifted. You're, I think, tied unless you gifted one random one. If you come in and you like blow up the stream immediately, or if with your first couple of chats you say something funny. If you're just funny right out the gate, because we have a lot of first-time emotes, right?
Frost goes in A tier for ass boy.
Like you could just say some funny shit. You could say some funny shit, or really easy as well. Really easy as well to be a goated chatter right out the gate. Really easy chatter is to talk about how much you love the bunny stream, Kettlehead, to type duck ass whenever there's another brand new sub. All right, if you come in and you're already like assimilated into the dumbass culture that we have around here, we're chilling then, man. Ek Pilot, thank you for the 75 months.
The trick is to make a new account for every message and sub you want to send in chat.
You are a
Also,
75-month
chat.
sub. How does that even make sense? Are you all of my other subs? Wait, is all of my viewers just Ek Pilot? I just turned on my settings to get a gifted member. All right, YouTube, go fucking crazy. Gift 100 members. Hopefully Zoe's gets one. Yes, I am Egg Pilot. No, it's Ek. It's EK. It's clearly spelled. You're just saying you're an egg. That doesn't even make sense. The exclamation point donate link is outdated. Oh, real? Is it? The first fucking sub given was to Zoe's. The first one from Nick. Nick, thank you for the 5 gifted. Zoe's got the first one. Let's fucking go. W. Wait, YouTube goes crazy, man. Oh my god, dude. Stream Elements just popped up my personal information as soon as I opened up Stream Elements because I haven't opened it for a while. That's insane. It just popped up and was like, hey, is this still your phone number? Dude, that's crazy. My first chat on Twitch was a vote on Slay the Streamer. I don't have Twitch on this phone, though. That's another goated way, dude. If you come over to participate in Slay the Streamer, like, that's what I'm saying. If you come in and in your first time in the stream, you fit in, you're chilling, man. The worst thing you can do, I think, as a first-time chatter on Twitch, is to complain that we're not doing gameplay. That's just the worst thing you can do. Second thing that's slightly less worse is say slurs, obviously. But it's like so bad to talk about gameplay. You know, it's just... Can we set a record for stall today? So unfortunately, the record for stall is 24 hours in a row. So... and I can't stream incredibly long today. I have a meeting at 3:30. It is currently 10:30, so I have a meeting in 5 hours. With Nandre and Dylan. Isn't there some Dan shit supposed to happen today? Yeah, I have another meeting later with Dan. Yeah, Dan is hosting a bi-weekly call with me, him, and 2 other creators for like an hour to just like yap about the world. Dan just hits me up like once a month and he goes, I like how many views you're getting on YouTube. I don't understand how to get those views. And he's just like, what do I do? He's like, what do I do to do YouTube better? And I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. It just works for me. I just hired a guy who's really smart. Yeah, so what you got to do is you got to hire on Bird. Bird will get you straight. But I don't want to be straight. True. Hold on, I need to check something really quickly. 1 second, chat.
I wonder how many first-time chatters we'll get when Frost next says Lurkers Type 1.
I mean, you kind of did just say it. We got one from Vi. I just got a poster of you to put on my wall at TwitchCon. 2 from No Siam. Your recent YouTube videos have been straight bangers. Thank you, Space Giraffe. Glad they're reaching you on the moon. Apparently no one is lurking on YouTube. It's hard to tell who's a first-time chatter on YouTube. They don't have a thing for it, I'm pretty sure, Ed. But on Twitch, it highlights your message, see? Good dough. Love your platform.
First time chatter here just to say bozo ass boy.
Cat really likes their fucking arse boy. Like calling me a little arse boy. I'm not a freaking arse boy, man. I'm a human being. Or as my dad would say, a human being.
Chaos human being.
Yo, what up, Widow Wolfie? Your dad from yesterday's stream? Dude, I don't know how to react when somebody speaks to me in $50 at a time. I donated yesterday. I donated $425 to the Trevor Project because, like, when somebody just shows up to the stream for the first time and they just give you $850,
I am on day 2 of no work from a back
it was just like, why? I was like, what the fuck?
Can't wait to try and ignore the problem and watch your stream.
Wait, you have a back injury? I'm sorry.
Boy and have an ass, right?
Wait, you were telling me about that, right? You're a boy and you have an ass,
so
right? I would say that I'm a man.
The other day you can in fact check to see exactly who is watching a stream, and I went to tab over here and guess who was here in your viewer list in the middle of the fucking night. Yup. I think this Dan Giesling guy might be a little parasocial.
I think Dan has Chatterino. So he just, it's you're not showing the viewers, you're showing the people that are in your chat. You didn't make 3 tweets, a short, and a reel out of donating that money, so I don't believe you. Cut. What is the Trevor Project? It is a charity that benefits a lot of LGBTQ people. I think they focus on a lot of trans issues, or at least that's how they started out, but they're one of the best ones. Does he read YouTube chat? Yes. But, you know, I was told, I talked to Primogen at TwitchCon. Primogen, like, he really fucking likes me. And I find that very flattering, because I think I appeal to old people. But he's a homie. And at TwitchCon, I was like, we were talking about multi-streaming, and I've talked about my woes with multi-streaming.
After that comment.
And he was like, I think the best way to do multi-streaming is never talk to YouTube chat. And I was like, okay, but what if I've been streaming for 9 months on YouTube, and I've been talking to them the whole time. Do I just start ignoring them? What do I... What do I... What's the play there, man? Like, do I only acknowledge YouTube chat when they give me money?
I only take $50 donations to listen to YouTube chat.
It's very true, yeah.
By appeals, do you mean you run them over with a Tesla? If so, yes, I think you do appeal to old people. Smile.
Yeah, peel them off the pavement.
So YouTube cuck chair expands past Slay the Streamer?
No. Primogen could be an in for Alveus. I've got a lot of ins to... I met Maya at TwitchCon, and I met Maya because August saw her and said, you need to come take me and introduce me. And I was like, I don't know her. She was like, I don't care. I can't talk to her, but I have to talk to her. Let's go. And I was like, okay. So I walked over and I was like, hey, Maya, you don't know me, but this is my fiance, August. And she goes, hi. I was like, yeah. Yeah. About how I thought that would go. She thinks that I'm a loser. Right from the start. Okay, but what did you think of August, though? She talked to us for a whole 45 seconds and then went to go get a drink. So, plus 45.
Please don't ignore us, this 20k is worth more now.
Oh, is it? Is that because your currency is going up or my currency is going down? Probably the second one, right? Can we do a chatter tier list when? What if we do a chatter tier list, but I just rate you guys by your bit badges? Thoughts?
Deal.
Type shit.
Sure.
That means I'm in F tier. Wait, you guys are just assuming that I would raid no bid badge as F tier. What? You guys are financially responsible. These motherfuckers that have spent hundreds of dollars on me, do you think that's a responsible individual?
Wait, that last TT's turned me to 75,000 bits.
Wait, insane. Wait, you're the same with a grandma above you. Look at that. F for financially responsible.
How do you not see that?
What is that? What is that sound effect? That's Nick from the yard.
Hard jokes on you, it's my parents' credit card paying.
Hell yeah! Alright, you get moved up a tier. Sir Dex! Thank you for the brand new Prime sub, man. Appreciate that, dude. Duck asses in the chat.
Joke's on you, it's my sugar mommy's money lamau.
Damn, you got a sugar mommy? Can you introduce August tonight? We are poly. We could use somebody that's financially more responsible than us in this relationship, for real, for real. Flo, see, thank you for the 8 months. 100, thank you for the 2 months. Primed out of your mind. Chat, today's a fucking awesome day. I'm really enjoying myself today. Chat gifted 100 subs in 17 minutes. The fucking chat's been moving at a mile a minute. That's 60 miles an hour, chat. That's insane. Yeah, we're Polly. Polly gonna need some more money. All right, somebody give Bug a sub. All right, they deserve it. That's pretty funny.
Can I poach your sugar mummy?
No. Tia, thank you. How was your cry in the shower yesterday? Interrupted. By that rate, you'll be at 14,000 subs if the stream goes 4 hours. Dude, I've been loving those memes, man.
Relationship Frost, then you'll get none of
Dude,
my money.
I've been loving those memes.
Now take $1.
Dude, those memes have been so fucking hilarious. If you guys didn't see, the early voting has been happening in New York City for the mayoral campaign. And Zoran Mamdani went from an 90% chance of winning the election to an 87% chance of winning the election over the course of like a couple of like a day or the first 12 hours or something. And somebody tweeted out, if this continues at this rate, Zoran's going to lose the race.
For this sub. Now that is responsibility.
Zoran's going to lose the race if this continues by this rate until through election day. He's going to lose the race. And somebody quote tweeted that and said, yo, my baby has tripled in weight in the first year. But at this rate, by the age of 10, they're going to be the size of a skyscraper.
Really?
Missy, they give it the 2 months. That's how statistics work, man. That's just how that shit works. That's just math, dude. The best pigeon, thank you for the 18 months.
Run idea.
Okay.
Play a seed you played a few years ago and see how you have changed as a player.
That's actually a goated idea. That's a super goated idea. How old are we talking? I would say, Armadillo, you should go back and find a seed from at least 2 houses ago that I lost. See if I can win the run. Zarabis, thank you for the 37 months. I coughed one time in the past 1 second. By this rate, I'm going to cough 86,400 times today. We measure time in houses now. Yeah. August and I moved a lot. And now we're actually happy. Do you want to do that today? Bananas with another 10 gifted subs. This is still yet not how you TTS. I want you to know that. In case you were wondering. You're still not TTSing correctly. Thank you. How many bits does it cost to TTS? 100, which is $1. Five houses ago, I had a job. Yeah, so far since I've been streaming, I streamed at my parents' house, And then I streamed for a year in a townhouse with August. Then we moved to Colorado, and we rented out. That's all. That is a way to get a message guaranteed. 2 MLG, they were the 3 months. Smiley faces in chat. Then we rented a house when we came out to Colorado for 2 years. Then we bought our first house while the market was really fucking cheap. The interest rates were super low. And then a year later, August decided that she wanted to move to Denver because she was gonna be way happier up here for a job. It was her dream job, and I said, "Fuck the house we just bought." We took a loss on the house. The interest rates had then since skyrocketed, and now we're in this house. We've been here for 2 years. So 5 different houses I've streamed in. I've been a successful streamer for 7 years, but I've been streaming for more than that. I actually even started streaming in college. So 6 houses. 6 houses I streamed at, man. I was streaming in college. Technically, I was streaming before then, and my parents moved while I was in college. So technically 7 houses. You went to college? For a year, yeah. For 1 single year, I went to college.
This guy thinks he is successful.
What? Listen, just because I haven't had to give up any of my morals for success doesn't mean that I haven't been successful, okay? What did I go to college for? I went for communications. I did a year, and I took an interpersonal communications course, which taught me, my professor was obsessed with smell. One of the interpersonal communication is like one-on-one conversations, like one-on-one interactions. And he was really into the olfactor sense of interpersonal communication. So he really wanted to talk about how to smell better or whatever. I don't know. That guy was always late to his lectures. I took a public speaking course I was 18 at the time, and I took a course with it was taught by a 22-year-old professor. She was the coolest fucking person that I had met in my entire college year. I wish if I could stay in contact with anybody from college, it would be her. Like any of my professors, she taught me more about communication than anybody else. She was fucking sick. And then I took an argumentation course from a guy that was just really angry, which I guess that's like part of arguing sometimes.
Mr. Ass Boy Armadillo is bullying me, help.
Armadillo, I can't even control him to stop bullying me. What do you want me to do?
Olfactory communication is easy.
Nice to meet you too.
Did she teach you physical communication? Like to talk with your hands? Pogger, thank you for the 63 months. So are we going to do the old run idea today? Probably not today. Just because I don't think I'll have a lot of time. Isn't the inclusion of emotion the difference between a debate and arguing is? Maybe? I got Chiba Hut yesterday, and OMG, that shit is so good. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. I haven't had Chiba Hut in so long. Next, you got to get Illegal Pete's. I didn't know communication was a college course. It's honestly just like a less successful business degree most of the time. You get a lot of the same jobs, but for less pay. Ananas became a member of the Giga Cool Club on YouTube as well. What the hell, man? To be fair, your whole career is kind of communications. That's true. Chat, we have ads in 60 seconds. After those ads, we're going to start thinking of getting into the content today, okay? After those ads, we're going to think about it. I'm going to do a little de-thinking. If you are not a sub currently, consider subscribing or just beg for one. There's been a lot of subs today. Odds are, people are feeling generous. Me, though, feeling like I got to take a pee. Ross, how do you get motivated to do things? You set a schedule, and then you have people that depend on you for that schedule. And then it's not motivation to do things because you should do them or you want to do them, and your depression is telling you don't want to do them. It's the dependence of letting other people down, and that weighs a lot more on my conscience. So you guilt trip yourself? Yep. Since I started streaming, I set a time that I would be live every day. My stream brand for the first 5 years of streaming was that I'll be live at 1 p.m. EST, never late, never early, and I will stream for 8 hours minimum. And I did that for 5 years, every day, 365 days. That was my brand. And so while I don't stream 8 hours a day now, and I do take days off for my mental health because that was a really bad idea.
My favorite aspect of communication studies was nonverbal communication.
Wait, so you're like my professor that really liked smells. But I always start on time. I start at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, so an hour earlier than I used to, and I start exactly on time. I will before the stream starts, I will open up the little clock on my computer. When the clock is 5 seconds from the top of the hour, I press start streaming. So by the time the delay hits, I go live exactly on time. It's been ingrained in my brain. It's been ingrained in what I do. I am religiously on time. You are turning into such an adult. I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. 10 years ago, I was 19. But I hope so. Right now. I've been doing it for 9 years. Successfully for 7. For 9 years.
Sorry, streamer, I'm gonna interrupt you because I'm that bitch. Nonverbal communication is great as an autism. A bond like cats do. I exist in people's general vicinity and mind my own business and occasionally cuddle.
Me on the train cuddling with strangers? Because we're both autistic and get it. Are we the same age? I will be 30 in January. Frost, I didn't get any ads. Can I please have some ads? Oh, my fault. You want me to run some more? He's officially going into Unk status. Motherfucker, most of you typing Unk are probably older than me. My 30th birthday has been my favorite so far. I'm considering it being the first birthday since I've been a streamer to not stream. I feel like that's truly a sign of getting older. I don't know. But money. Okay, but I could stream the next day, you know? What day of the week is my birthday on? My birthday's on a Sunday, man. Can we celebrate? Can we celebrate the Monday after that? Maybe the Tuesday after that on January the 6th?
Chat say hi
for
to
no particular reason.
Boy Prime.
Eh. You didn't stream on your birthday in 2020 because you were busy at the Capitol. That was 2021 is the date of the insurrection. It was January 1st, 2021, if that's what you really care about. It was not 2020. How did the January 6th joke start? Because my birthday is January 4th.
Hey chat, if Frost doesn't go live on his birthday, we should all meet up in his offline chat at usual stream start time and just chat like there is a stream going on.
Do you think I'm going to be at my computer? Do you think that if I'm not going to stream that day, that I'm going to be at my computer and then I'm going to be there and be like, "What? Guys, I'm not. Wait, you can hear me? Hello?" You think I'm going to be like that? You think I'm going to be like an old man that doesn't know how to use technology? You'll get back to like 100 new subs. Oh, so you think that if you all talked offline, that somehow you guys would get 100 subs? You think that that's how that would work? You're already an old man that can't use tech. I just can't use AI. That's the only thing. Because I refuse to learn how. Be like that guy who jacked off on stream. You're probably talking about Darkside Phil, but there's also a lot of other people that have jacked off on stream. There's many, many people that have masturbated and gotten caught on stream. How can you not use AI? I've used ChatGPT a total of like 3 times. Because every single time that I use it, I'm like, why am I not just Googling something? This shit is like, it's so much, it's... like, it's so dumb. How did you get through college? I went to college in 2014.
We'd just make you jealous and then you'd come crawling
back.
What
do you mean? I used the YouTube algorithm. That was AI back then. We would just make you jealous and then you come crawling back. Probably the next day at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time on Monday. Probably, huh? The most AI that I think that I use in my daily life is the TTS's AI of myself. I feel like that's the most AI that I interact with on a daily basis. Yo, Super Z Boble. Thank you for the 2 years, man.
2 years. Holy, did I truly waste 120 euros to this handsome fella? BTW, today is Mondial Stroke Day.
What? Mondial Stroke Day? World Stroke Day is known as October 29th. Chad, stroke one out today. Oh, it's for like awareness of people that have strokes. Never mind. Wrong.
Thank God it's finally Stroke Day.
Anyways.
Whoops, I meant the other kind of stroke.
Yeah, don't have a stroke today. Don't.
I'm gonna stroke right now.
You are related to Obama, yes?
I am related to Obama,
he spent his childhood in Indonesia, look it up.
Okay.
You are also part Indonesian. So when are you gonna visit us?
I don't think that's how that works.
To help with the awareness of
he's also like not my father.
I will now have SSSSSSSSSSST.
Goodbye, Phipps. Thank you for the $4.99. I do want to go to Indonesia, though. I have a lot of friends that are Indonesian. You guys have really good food. And there's not a lot of Indonesian restaurants around here, man. Just in general in America, there's not a lot of Indonesian restaurants. Can we speed this up? I really want to watch today's YouTube video. You feel like if you went to watch today's YouTube video instead of yapping with me, that you'd be wasting some content? You'd be like, damn, I don't want to miss out on what's going on the stream today, but I really want to watch the YouTube video. But fuck, man, I might miss out on some other stuff going on. Is this the fabled stall? Yeah, yo. Dude, my beard's getting thick. I might trim it soon, though. But look, I'm getting thick down here, man. It's getting thick and bushy. Wait, can I trim my mustache and keep my mustache short, but then get it bushy and thick down here? Or does that look weird? Because I don't like when my mustache starts to go over my lips. That's, like, too long for me. Can I just, like... Man, you would hate my stash. It's just for, like, eating purposes and kissing purposes. Use scissors to trim above the lip. Well, I was gonna use a hair blade and just like edge it. Just like I don't know. You're gonna edge on stroke day? Yeah, so I can stroke it longer. My nose trimmer came with a mustache trimmer. I have like a thin one, yeah. So I might use that. I think I have a mustache trimmer. Yeah. So I think I might do that. I'm just worried about it being like too long over here. Right? Like these mustache hairs get too long, but then like where do you end the trim? I don't know. But I kind of just want to like cut it off whatever is hanging over my lip, you know? I don't know, man. I don't know what my desires are anymore. Curl it up with some wax. You don't know what you want anymore? You're not 30 and you're already in your midlife crisis? How many crises are you allowed in one life before people do an intervention? How many am I allowed?
Using this TTS to wish everyone a good and wholesome day. Nothing memey, just love. Frost Beater.
Much love to you too, Rafe. Stretching my shoulder right now because I did shoulders for the first time in a couple of weeks yesterday, and I'm sore. I'm a sore guy. Hardy Boy copied you. Dude, every morning Hardy Boy jumps up on the bed and rolls over and wants August and I to stretch him. He no longer does big stretches by himself. He's learned that he gets a better stretch when August and I yank on his limbs. Is he old? Yeah. Well, technically. He's going to be 8 this year. He's going to be 8 in January. So, he's technically geriatric, but I mean, he still jumps up on our really high up bed. He doesn't act old. He has yet to have any sort of major old injuries. He's an unk just like you? Kind of, yeah.
Geriatric or treat these nuts, got 'em.
Did that make any sense to you, doggo? Huh? Are you a good boy? Motherfucker just ignored me and went to sleep. You got ignored, but you didn't shock him awake? Wow. Dude, he actually sleeping like a damn human over there right now. Straight up on his side, head coming out of the covers. Wow, Bubby. Are you so warm and cuddly? Ooh, ooh. Oh! Also, this is exactly how I sleep as well. Yes. On my back with my hands straight up in the air. No, this is how I sleep. Just like a human. Yeah. You mentioned Hassan once in the new YouTube video on the second channel, and you got a whole ass paragraph in return in the comments. I'm just going to upload a YouTube. We should upload a YouTube short on that channel. That's just me staring at the camera, and I say Hassan one time. And then let's see what happens. It's just Hassan. What was the comment like? I don't know. What did I say about Hassan in the video, Armadillo? And I'm going to look at the comments. I just think you literally mentioned the dog thing. Okay. All right, where's the Hassan? Is this it? Is this all? This is what you would call it? Is a paragraph? Is this right here? Dude spelled pedaled wrong. Come on, Robin.
More like Hassan, this fat cock got him.
Not reading all that. All right, this is the last song, chat. Then we're going to get into the tier list today. We got content to do, man. We can't be sitting here mentioning Hassan with no, with nothing behind it in order to stoke outrage and in a rise in viewer interaction. Giving Robin's a bad name. Wait, Robin's actually a good name. I like Robin. Wait, what's the over-under on Robin? What do you guys... do we like Robins? I feel like Robin's a good name.
But I need more stall to stroke it.
Robin is like really big B tier. Robin's pretty good. It's an amazing name. Isn't that his sidekick? I had a crush on a girl in college named Robin. I don't think I've ever met a bad Robin IRL. I've met a number of people named Robin in my life. For us, that's a bird. Isn't that one of the few birds that actually eats worms? So maybe they kind of suck because they like give the impression to all other birds eat worms. Wait, that takes away from the robin stock.
Robin to come out of D's nuts with your mouth got 'em.
That was very explicit and specific. I know a Robin that's spelled with a Y end. That's actually sick. Is it also with a lowercase r? I liked Robin in How I Met Your Mother. I'm going to say it, dude. I don't think How I Met Your Mother holds up. Every time that I see a YouTube short come across my feed of How I Met Your Mother, I'm like, wow, this is like... Ooh. It really did not age well. As we have gotten older and more mature, we're like, ooh. Oh. It's like treating women like object the show. The Good Place has really aged well. I need to rewatch The Good Place. How good does it do on a rewatch? Does anybody watch it a second time? Shoddily, I'm thinking of hitting it a third time. Maybe after my rewatch of B99 right now, I'll go back. The Good Place is actually better on rewatch. Really? Because you know the twists? B99 holds up, man. Brooklyn Nine-Nine fucking holds up. Tell you that. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is butt cheeks? What? Says who? We were just talking about how you are a good chatter. Hot take, but I hate B99. Grandmother Frost right over. Thank you for the 5 subs. Ban whoever said that. No, I want to hear them out. Overruled the ban. The ban is overruled. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is just cop porn. It's actually really not. I as somebody that that hates all of the cop porn shows, because there are so many. There are so many that are still being made. That, like, especially the shows that are not comedies, that are insane propaganda. I hate all propaganda. It is,
by the way, been curious
brother,
but kept forgetting to ask you. But I've been thinking of replaying Disco Elysium lately and was wondering, have you ever played Disco Elysium?
I have not played Disco Elysium. I know people love it, but I just can't do it. Hey, fair. All right, you have to take a 5-minute ban now, though, because somebody did give 5 subs, and I have
the
to take a 5-minute
fuck do you
ban.
mean by cop porn?
They're talking about propaganda, like it's doing propaganda for cops. And, like, if anybody thinks like, nobody thinks that police officers legitimately do what they do, because they're doing, like, they're doing sitcom-level comic book shit. Like, they're like, what if we trick the guy to go down the garbage chute into the poop bucket? And then when he's in the poop bucket, I'm going to tell him, poop's on you. And they constantly tackle, like I really like the Brooklyn Nine-Nine, like, constantly tackles a lot of the issues with police officers, especially the most recent season. I really think that they did the most recent season is amazing. It's really good. And that is my take. 07 Sereski. It's past midnight here in Indo. I'm getting ready for bed. I'm going to listen to your stream while I sleep. Read me some bedtime stories. I will. It'll be all about card rewards. Also, we said one more song, and then we got on the topic of our TV shows, and now we just can't stop. Toxic Waster, thank you for the 18 months. The show creators and runners talk about how they had panicked when they started the show due to how the public sentiment changed. Yeah, and they did a really good job. I think the final season of Brooklyn Nine-Nine is genuinely the best. They ended the show really well. Is Lucifer a propaganda show? Yes! Yes, absolutely Lucifer is a propaganda show. Yeah, dude, there's so many fucking propaganda shows out there, man. This is gonna chat. I think that the Flash TV show is more propaganda than Brooklyn Nine-Nine. But that's, just me. Anyways, did anybody start watching the Chair Company after I recommended it last night? I saw Ace in chat earlier today said that they started to watch it. I've been recommending to people, and I fucking love it. Yeah, this shit's really good. It's actually so incredibly good. It's so funny, but also, like, there's so much more to it. I'm hooked, man. Because, like, I do think that Tim Robinson's humor gets old. It does. It does. Like, I think Tim is a really cool person. Like, him just showing up and hitting a sick kickflip in his age is amazing. Like, I think he's just a guy that became successful. But like, I think that his humor gets old, and I think that's why it works really well in a in like short bursts, which is why I think You Should Leave can work. It works well in skit comedy. Did you watch Barry? Barry is my favorite show of all time. Barry is... I don't watch a lot of TV shows. Thank you for sharing. I listened to your recommendations once, and it was Moonfall, never again. Was I wrong about Moonfall, though, Mo? I was not wrong about Moonfall. I never gave high hopes that was a good movie. Never, do not ever say that I said that Moonfall was going to be a good movie. But I say one thing about Moonfall, and it is that the trailer for Moonfall just says the moon will fall into the earth, and it's going to be like an earthworm, like natural disaster film. It's going to be like a 2012 style thing where you're just going to see giant destruction of the planet as we're trying to save it. But they don't show you anything else, and you get so surprised. Like, the twists in that movie are amazing. It's so insane what Moonfall does. Because the trailers are literally just like, the moon is falling into the earth, and that's a big fucking deal. And it's making everything go crazy. But then you go and watch Moonfall, and it's like, oh my God, what is this? What the how did they keep all of this hidden? They didn't tell us anything in the trailer. It's still a terrible movie. But it's so fun for that aspect. Wait, should I watch Moonfall? I've got so much time to kill right now. You absolutely should. You absolutely should. It is the dumbest movie, but it's awesome. Sinners is still my favorite 2025 film so far. San Francisco 2055. It's not a film, regardless. Sinners or K-pop. I still haven't seen K-pop Demon Hunters. Is it imperative that I watch that? I've listened to all the music. I like the music. I honestly don't think I've watched a lot of movies this year. What has come out recently for theatrical release that I might have gone and seen? I don't think I've watched a lot. I watched the superhero movies. They were decent enough. Superman was great. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I've watched Superman since too. I've done a rewatch. I enjoyed it. I'm trying to think if anything was better than Sinners. Because I'm agreeing with that chatter that Sinners was peak. But I haven't seen Mickey 17. Dude, there's so many movies that I need to see. I haven't seen one battle after another. I haven't seen anything in the last, like, month, I don't think. The only movie that I watched in the last month was the new F1 movie. And that was just kind of... People really oversold that one. I watched the new F1 movie, and I watched Long Walk. And Long Walk was like... It was a long walk. That's kind of all it was. It felt like I was just bored with the people that were walking, kind of waiting for it to be over. Your long walk take is ass. Okay, humble me then, Armadillo. Don't just say that my take is ass. Say it's ass, but come on. The long walk was good. Take it back. I don't think that just having a movie that is like there, it didn't feel like anything was at stake. And it just felt like we were just doing gory killing of people for no fucking reason. They didn't set up the stakes, and they didn't make it like ambiguous at all. It was just like, the world economy sucks, and you go on the walk because it's good for the economy. And also, it's rated R, so we can show heads getting blown off when we shoot them with a gun. Does it need to be ambiguous? I don't just like watching people die. Can I say that? I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's bad to say that I don't like just watching people get gunned down. And that's what I felt like the long walk was, because it didn't set up stakes for why people were being hurt. That's what that movie was. At least The Purge explains why it's happening. The Purge also like takes place in a fictional universe. Like it takes place in a place that is like
a long time.
That's like fantasy in terms of what they're doing, right? Like nobody's in a real life universe is going to it. Honestly, I relate the Purge universe to like Killing Floor, where it's like there's a person in the back of an ice cream truck with a fucking Gatling machine gun. You know, like it's like, but like the long walk is just like, yeah, they're going on a walk and the military's guarding them, and if they stop walking, they get gunned down. I'm like, it sounds like something that if you told us happened in our history, I would already believe that it was true. No, it's not ass, but it's a phenomenal movie with some of the best fucking acting coming from Peter McVeer's actor. Also, that's the whole point. The movie's a commentary, sending men into a pointless conflict, oftentimes to death, just because they have no other choice. Because the economy is in the shitter, they say that explicitly. The dialogue is phenomenal, too. Yeah, they just say the economy's bad, and if you go on the long walk, it stimulates our economy, which I get is an allegory for war. I get that. Especially since it's the war people doing that. But it just starts off and it's just it's I didn't like it. I didn't just like watching people die. Sorry. That allegory is as thin as the condom that my dad didn't use 40 years ago. Condoms are actually pretty thick back then. They've gotten a lot thinner over the years. Bruh, Saw 4 is not for you then. Yes! Thank you! Yes! Sorry that I don't just like movies that are fucking porn of killing people. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Saw movies. A younger me would probably have a different opinion, but as an older me is not. I'm not a big fan of torture porn. No. That's just me, though. Then you should enjoy the F1 movie. The F1 movie was just mid. The F1 movie was mid because everything, you can just call it. Like, you can just call everything that they're going to do. And it doesn't show people getting good at racing. It shows people
so
just using a bunch of tricks to win.
Yard or whatever. What about Mabibli's Quest? Everyone likes Mabibli's Quest.
The longest yard. Rush is the better F1 movie? Yes. Rush is a really good movie. Rush is good. Rush is great. What about One Battle After Another? I haven't seen it. I need to see it. I need to see One Battle After Another. I need to see Mickey 17. There's a few movies that I really need to watch. Oh. Did you see that they are making a Rush Hour 4? Okay, not this. When I say the movie Rush, we're not talking about Rush Hour. Okay? We're talking about Rush. With Chris Hemsworth. Much better film than the Rush Hour movies. Much better film. Rush Hour 2 is pretty good. Does Rush Hour 2 hold up? That's one of those movies that I feel like it was kind of like Austin Powers for me. Like, I loved Austin Powers growing up, but I didn't want to watch it again, and I watched it recently, and it kind of holds up decently. There's a few jokes that are a little bit too far, but I feel like Rush Hour 2 could potentially just be way too far, and I could watch it, and it could sour my entire nostalgic opinion of it. I don't know. Don't people say that Austin Powers does hold up? Yeah, Austin Powers really holds up. If you used to like it sober, then you'll probably like it a little bit stoned. Fair. Yeah. I watched Austin Powers for the first time about 2 years ago, and as a trans woman, I didn't find it too bad. I quite enjoyed it. Yeah, and I think that the main reason why Austin Powers really holds up is because Austin Powers himself is like a very sexually ambiguous character. So when a few jokes come up, you're like, no, he's making them as a queer person. You know what I'm saying? Like he's making them as a person that, yeah, it isn't punching down exactly.
Hi, Frost. Watching you on YouTube for 5 years at least. Thank you for good content. And with that 21 subs, my work is done, Frost.
You did 31 subs!
100%.
You can't even count! Give another 10 so that it's now 21, because it counts down, I'm pretty sure. This is a joke. Don't do that. Thank you. Ananas. Much love. Much love, much love, much love. Anyways, chat. Are we ready to get into content? Yes or no? Have we gotten everything out? I tried to treat you like a dog today and kind of like run you around the yard before we get into content so that we're a little bit worn down. Because this is gonna, Jesus Christ, Ananas.
Lot of people learn to count from Proxy.
Good old Proxy. Ananas, thank you for another 10 gifted subs, dude. Jesus Christ. We're almost 100 subs over the sub goal today. Does that then move Clash out of S tier? I don't know how that works. Okay. So, almost 5 years ago, we did the original Ironclad tier list. And it was almost, sorry, let me restart. Almost 5 years ago, we did the original Ironclad tier list. And about a year ago, we did a revamping of all of my tier lists, But what I did was I took the tier lists and then I rearranged where things were.
Sorry. I wrote text before I send you another 10 subs.
Appreciate you, fam. No matter how many subs you give, you're genuinely appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. A year ago, we rearranged some of the tier lists, but the way that we did it was Armadillo made up all the tier lists and like I had them in front of me already created. And then I had to go through and scan and move things around. And 2 reasons why I didn't like that. 1, my ADHD brain does not allow me to see things that should have been moved around. The comment section of that video were like, this card should have been moved. You didn't address this card. And so I felt like people just want to know my thoughts on every single card nowadays. People just want to know where everything should be done, and they want me to give a commentary on all 75 cards on every single character, right? So that's what we are here to do today. I am here to talk once again about my genuine opinion on every single card in the game. This is going to take a while. This is probably going to take the remainder of the stream today if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube.com. If I could just get a quick consensus from the chat real quick before we get in. If they're watching this in the video, should they come over and give their and tell me what should have been in a different place? Should they come over to the stream right now as they're watching this and just say how wrong I was about X card in X position? Surely a year from now when I'm not even playing Slay the Spire anymore, this will be ample information of what I will be what I'll care about. Yo, what up, Japanese Export? Japanese Export, didn't you make a tier list of recently? Didn't you put, I'm pretty sure you put fucking Blood for Blood in C tier, which I think is so wrong. I think you suck for that opinion, but that's just me. I disagree on that too.
Give 5 subs.
Thank you, Che. Anyways, I'm just going to yap. And chat's going to also provide their input. I may listen to chat on some things.
They should tell you their opinions in a 100-bit TTS or else YouTube chat is cowards.
True. I might listen to chat. I might not. But yeah, this is like my final tier listing, I guess, right before Slay the Spire 2 comes out. And also, I feel like I've been playing the game a little bit more seriously recently. So I think I might have more matured opinions. I mean, definitely from 5 years ago, but even a year ago, I think the game has gotten really serious in general. Right before it comes out, we're doing this basically in November. It comes out in 5 months. Come on, Chronos, not me. Thank you for the 16 months. And Annis, thank you for another 2. Okay, let's get into it then. We have 75 cards to do. One of them has already been completed by chat. We don't really, you know what? Before we get in, I'll give my genuine opinion on Clash. Because Clash is the biggest meme card, probably, of the Ironclad, next to probably Perfected Strike. It's the card that is akin to Claw in terms of what chat wants to give me the most during Slay the Streamer. But I actually think that it's a lot better than what people give it credit for. Obviously, it gets a lot worse as you get past Ascension 10 and you get the starting curse, but it's actually insanely good in Act 1 to be able to perform a crazy amount of damage, because most turns, if the Ironclad starts with 4 defense, most turns that you draw a Clash, you're going to also only draw enough skills in your hand that you should be able to play them all.
I needed 2 more subs for higher tier in leaderboard.
You're insane. So Clash can actually be a really good tool in Act 1. And I found myself taking it a lot more in runs that I play seriously. I don't think that outside of Act 1 you're going to be playing it as much, because usually after Act 1 you're taking a lot more skills and powers and things like that. But if you find it super early on in a run and you're like, damn, I have a guaranteed floor 6 elite combat and I have found no solid scaling, no damage, no nothing, it probably is going to be able to help, unless it's Tri-Sentries and then you're going to cry. But if it against Lagavulin, it scales really, or it holds up well.
I've been here long enough to see Clash make it to S tier.
It holds up really, really well. And against Gremlin Knob, it's a really good finisher tool. So it's really, really fucking good. Damn it, chat. We stalled so long, we have another ad break coming up. Fuck. Let me get through Clash, and then we'll take a break for the ad break. God damn it. Merlin to give the 45. Where I would genuinely put Clash is probably like D tier. Maybe the bottom of C tier. But chat wanted it in S tier, so it's an S tier. But I actually think that you can take it in a number of runs. And the first card that we're going to be rating legitimately, Anger, I would put in a very similar spot of where I would want to take it because they do virtually the same thing. They're a zero-cost card that you want earlier in a run a lot of the time to combo with your added bash, right? Just to be extra damage. And then Anger can have, but the thing with Anger is Anger can have a lot more later on. But we're going to get into that in just a minute because now we have to wait through the ad break. 07 ad eaters, I love you so much. Chat, should we go back to talking about movies? What are your thoughts on, I think that they should make a Sinners 2 where in the Sinners 2 movie, it turns out that it wasn't vampires the whole time, but instead it was zombies. They should make Pacific Rim 2, I think. I also agree with that, yeah. But it should not be starring Jared Leto.
Then Sinners 3 was all a dream.
I need a movie to watch with my friend. They love shows like Avatar, Adventure Time. Any good recommendations? Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Sinners felt like I wanted it to be a movie just about music, too. The music scenes were so good. But it kind of was just a movie about music, you know? Kind of was. Kind of was. Jared Leto would say it's rimming time, but with a really serious face. That's true. I like Jared Leto in Requiem for a Dream. I like him in the 30 Seconds to Mars, The Kill 8-minute long music video. Why is Jared Leto not in jail? My honest question. Money. Money. What did he do? Started a sex cult. He kind of took the like looking like Jesus thing to like the fullest extent. I'm just got here. Who the fuck did that? Jared Leto. Sorry, this is we're Twitch chat is in ads right now, so we resort to talking about spicy topics on
our second child is now here.
The conversation weird for the next 20 minutes. Spitty, thank you for the 18 months. We should name them after you. Let's name them Spitty25. Anyways, chat, everybody's back from ads. Time to rank Anger. We're talking about how it is very similar to Clash in terms of where I want to take it early on in the game. It combos well with your starting bash, and it's just more damage that you can always lay down. And then it's really good in the early game as well, because as you reshuffle, you want more zero-cost attacks Act 1 to me, especially on the Ironclad with innate healing, is just a damage race. The only Act 1 boss that it's bad into is Guardian. Other than that, it's excellent in both of the other 2 Act 1 bosses. I genuinely, because of also a lot of the late game synergies, the amount of like 9-hour life coach runs that I watched that would end with him having Anger as his main damage source, I genuinely think that Anger is A tier. I think I should take it more often, but I'm always scareder to take it later on in runs, and I think I need to identify when it's a better card to take later on in runs, but I do think that it's genuinely an amazing attack source. And if you're wondering how I rank cards, it's by how often I think that it's a useful thing a useful tool to take is usually how I like to rank runs, or rank cards. So you'll see cards that you'll be like, damn, but this card can make can make my run go to the moon. It's like, yeah, but like how often does it do that? You know what I'm saying? And obviously Clash is the best at doing that. Anyways, next up we have Armaments. Armaments gain 5 block, upgraded card. Obviously, this is like a must upgrade card. If you're taking Armaments, you're trying to get it upgraded. Because of that, I think it cannot be S tier. I think because of how poor it is unupgraded, like how much it, and you, in the later on in the game, the less likely you're going to take it because you've already upgraded so many things and you invested so much of your resources into upgrading. But I take it almost every single run. I take at least 1 Armaments because it's the fucking common card and it can upgrade 9 cards at a time in my hand. Armaments is definitely A tier, but it's just not there to get to S tier. Yeah, Armaments is definitely incredible, especially early on. It synergizes well with any 0-cost card. It makes a lot of cards cost 0, like Seeing Red, or it'll reduce the cost of a card like Corruption. So you can essentially play it for 5 free block and then still play the card that then costs less. So anything that it makes cost less early on is really solid. But then later on in the game, it becomes less good because most cards later on in the game that is a defensive tool will be more than 5 block per 1 energy, so it becomes less good. And then also, as the fights tend to take longer in the later game, Armaments becomes less and less useful because you've upgraded more things in your deck from campfires and events, and from taking more upgraded cards, and then also the cards in your deck then get upgraded with Armaments, so then the next time that you draw it, it's more useless. So, I don't think that it can belong in S tier just because of that fact. Does that make sense? Yes, smile. Oh, wow, Chad. You guys are the best. All right, Barricade goes in S tier. I don't think it needs to be said. Barricade is one of the most powerful effects that you can get on this character. Although it's not going to be the winning decision in every single run. Right? You're not going to be taking it every single time that you see it. It is one of the key tools that allows you to win a run. It can be the make or break of whether or not you get to win a run in so many runs. Like there are so many runs that I play on other characters that I'm like, damn, if I got calipers here, it would be insane. Most content creators in the Slay the Spire space literally have a calipers would be good here command in their stream because their chat says so fucking often, calipers would be good here. Guess what else would be really good there in that same situation? A barricade. Barricade just works. There's a lot of relics that give you block for free. The Ironclad has the most tools, in my opinion, to just get a massive burst of block. You oftentimes find Panic Button in your runs. You oftentimes find an Impervious. You can get, with like the Corruption, Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain shit, you can gain a crazy amount of block very, very quickly. And with the nature of needing to block specific turns against an enemy, it is really good to be able to not have to manipulate your deck to guarantee that you draw your block cards on that specific turn. And so you can just play things a lot more willy-fucking-nilly, right? If I need to block on turn 6 the Hyper Beam attack from the Bronze Automaton, I have to be like, okay, I have to fucking manipulate my draw pile so that I have power through second wind, and then I have my impervious plus, and then I don't let it get taken from the minions, and or I get it back in my hand on the perfect turn to be able to block for enough. Barricade is just I just play my shit, man. I just play my shit. I just be doing my stuff. I just be laying it out on the table. So, yeah, Barricade's insane. Love Barricade. That's amazing. Next up, the starting card, Beish. Originally, I rated this card insanely high. 5 years ago, Frost Prime was a bit of a dumbass. I think I rated this card in S tier. Why did I rate it in S tier? Because I was a dumbass bitch idiot. Where would I put Bash now? I don't think that it's absolutely useless because you start with it. But I would never take this card in a million fucking years. But also, it's supposed to be weaker than a card that normally costs... it's supposed to be weaker than a card that normally costs 2 mana, right? It's not supposed to be a 2-mana card that you're gonna think about adding another one in your deck. When you see it in the match and skip game, is the only other place in the game where you can be against your will given another copy of Bash. You get scared when the first card you flip over at the match and keep game is Bash. You're like, oh, there's 3 curses inside this match and keep game, man. There's 3 curses. So it's Dolly's Mirror 2. Chad, you don't listen to the end of my sentences before you try to type an actually. Where the fuck am I Dolly's mirroring a Bash against my will? Is chat holding a gun to my head? Actually, you can also get another Bash through Dolly's Mirror. Not what I fucking said, dumbasses. Making me drink some water here. But you can get an additional Bash at a match and keep game against your will. Because the first card you could flip over is a Bash, and then the second card you flip over could be a Bash. And then, whoa, you have a second Bash. Anyways, yeah, I think Bash is fucking dog shit in terms of the quality of an Ironclad card, but it is one of the better starter cards out of all of the starter cards that exist for the characters, in my opinion. It provides you a lot of power early on. The only character that I think has better starter cards is probably wait. Hold on, let me think for a second. Neutralize? That's an S tier card. Neutralize is insane. Survivor's kind of mid. I would rank Survivor lower than Bash. Zap, I would rank lower than Bash. Okay, so it's down there. Dual Cast, though, that one's pretty good. Eruption, that's the best one. That's the S plus tier. Vigilance, kind of mid. Kind of butt. It's kind of butt, but it's only you need it because you have the Eruption. See, I would say Bash is like middle of the road in terms of starting cards. Yeah. Vigilance is good. Vigilance is only good because of the existence of Eruption, in my opinion. And without Eruption, I wouldn't really care if I had Vigilance. But that's my opinion. Dual Cast is kind of trash when you boss swap. I disagree. It's shittier early on in the game, for sure, because you can draw it without an orb. But the later on in the game, the more orbs you can get, I think the Dual Cast is still insane. The fact that Dual Cast alone can do more than a rare card multicast for the amount of energy that you can play it for, that's just insane. It's better than a rare card. Now, multicast isn't that good of a rare card, but it's still a rare card. It still earned its crown. Anyways, moving on. Next up, Battle Trance. You take almost 1 per run. Like, it just has to be S tier. The amount of times that you take a Battle Trance, there is very few runs where I'm not going to take a Battle Trance. 0 cost, draw 3 or 4 cards is nasty. And what? Look at these 2 cards. They kiss. Look, you can put them right over each other and they're the same size. Coincidence? It's not. It's because they're S tier together. Battle Trance Armaments is one of the best early game mechanics is to draw a butt ton of cards and then upgrade them all. The first one is a must take. The second one you can't take until much, much, much later. And it's really only good if you don't have any other draw engine. But the frequency at what you take this card in your runs, it's one of those cards that I can say, yeah, you should almost... I think if I were talking to a newer player, I could say, yes, take 1 Battle Trance in every single run that you play on the Ironclad, and I think that I would up their win percentage more than it would hurt it for the times that they take it, and it's a bad choice to take. I think it's 90% of the time you should take 1 Battle Trance. Yeah, I think Battle Trance is just an insane card. The value of it is amazing. The trade-off is almost never a bother if you're playing correctly. The trade-off of you cannot draw additional cards, if you see that you have some massively key draw card in your draw pile and you only have 7 cards and you're drawing 3 or 4, you're like, if I draw 3 here, I'm going to draw another really good draw card. Maybe it's not a good time. Like, it's user error if you then play the Battle Trance there. But that usually doesn't happen until much later into the game. And so, yeah, Battle Trance is insane. It's so fucking good. Highly recommend taking a Battle Trance. Highly, 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 highly recommend taking a Battle Trance. Why is Clash in S tier? Did you guys see my heterochromia? Anyways, next up, Berserk. Now, this card, now keep in mind, this tier list is very old. So there are some mistakes, like Corruption is uncommon and Dark Embrace is rare. That's obviously been flipped. This card also has been buffed. Technically, it's gained 2 vulnerable, only 1 on upgrade. But in terms of frequency that I take Berserk, it's next to none. And I think I still agree with what my thoughts were years ago. It's mainly the fact that it's a rare card. And so I'm seeing it stacked up against rare cards so often. And so many of the other rare cards are going to be what I take against it. Versus if it was an uncommon card and I saw it really early on in a run, I think that there's a chance that I would take it more often in that sense than where you most of the time see a Berserk and it is stacked up against your other options at a shop, or more often stacked up against 2 other rare cards at a boss reward. And you're looking for something that stimulates your deck far more. Berserk, to me, is the same, like, it's the pick that you would take when you would also take, like, a tiny house. Like, you're not, like, excited to take a Berserk ever, but the thing is there's never really another option that I wouldn't take over a tiny house in terms of rare cards on the Ironclad. But there are times that I'm like, okay, there's nothing else really here. I would take a tiny house. But Berserk just like actively does not move your deck in a positive direction far enough that I just don't take it super infrequently, because I think that there's so much other better energy manipulation and energy generation in the game that you just don't ever need the payoff or the trade-off of Berserk. And most of the time that you're taking it, it's with some sort of like cheeky like orange pellets or something like that is kind of like win more, where you almost don't even need it, or you take it earlier on in your run. And then by the time that it's like later on in the run, you've probably found another energy generation source. And you're now like, oh, well, what the fuck do I do now? I still have this fucking card in my deck, and I can still orange pellets the shit away, or I can still use my Clockwork Souvenir. That would probably be better if I just waited to use it on turn 1 of the Heart Fight to block the vulnerable. Like, I just think Berserk is just fucking trash, and it sucks that it's a rare card, but, yeah. So, not a fan. The best, yeah. Arbalest in chat said, you burn it for the full heal. Yeah, you take Berserk when you haven't seen the when you haven't seen the Wisp event, and you get to give up a card at the campfire and burn it in order to give yourself a full heal, or the Spirit event, excuse me, because some people don't even know how the Spirit event works, but if you give the spirits a curse, you get Spirit Poop. If you give them a rare card, you get a full heal along with 10 max HP. So, it's really good.
Out there stimulating their deck with rare cards on National Stroke Day.
Today is National Stroke Day, by the way. We are recording this on National Stroke Day. Remember to stroke one out. I'm sure someone already brought this up, but Zech won an absolutely crazy run today. You replaying that would be absolutely golden content. Ooh, maybe I'd be down. I did watch the end of that run. Next up is Blood for Blood. I rated this card rather lowly originally, and I've seen other content creators, including one in chat, that rated this card a little bit lower early on. I think in terms of how often I take this card, I think I would put it in A tier. And I don't really give a shit about ordering the cards in terms of like me actually doing the ordering myself, but I would put this at like the tippity top of A tier. Like, I think that this is borderline S tier. It does need an upgrade, but there's one cool interaction that it actually has that not a lot of people know about, unless you're like have like over 1,000 hours in the game, or you've heard me say it before. If you upgrade a Blood for Blood mid-combat, it will always reduce itself it'll always reduce by 1 energy. Always. So unless it costs 0, obviously. But if it costs 1 and you upgrade it in combat, it will cost 0. It always goes down in cost, even though it doesn't necessarily feel like it might.
Hi, Frost.
It's a really cool interaction, so it's
chat.
Always really good.
Here to learn Frost Plurk.
Hi, Mayor Mew Mew. But I think Blood for Blood also gets a lot better the higher Ascension you go, because the higher Ascensions are built to deal chip damage to you, right? Cultist on floor 1. It hits you on turn 2 for 6. And then turn 3 for 11. So it's meant to be right above your block point. So you're probably going to take a little bit of chip damage. Jawworm on turn 1 deals 12 damage to you. The Louse tend to deal like 12 to 14 damage to you. The Slimes deal 6 damage. They deal 8 damage. They deal 12 damage. All of the enemies, especially early on, are meant to just do a little bit more than what a 5 defend block would do in terms of a multiple of 5. So you're usually okay with taking a little bit of damage to trade for a little bit of damage back to the enemy. And so eventually, in almost every single fight, Blood for Blood becomes extremely valuable and can deal a lot of damage, and is an insanely good tool for Act 1 elites. In my opinion, this is a must-take in Act 1 if I do not somehow magically already have a perfect engine of game set up. Like, I am almost always in Act 1 going to take a Blood for Blood, unless I've, like, routed myself into a top-tier run already. It's good into every single Act 1 boss. It's good as a late-game heart-killing tool. The amount of runs where I go into the heart and a Blood for Blood is my main source of damage. Multiple Blood for Bloods. I'll probably have 2 in the deck,
Frost
or a dual wield, or ways to pull it back into my hand.
But not know what the cards look like.
Yep. That's the brand of autism I was born with. Anyways, yeah, Blood for Blood is a good at all stages of the game. It is genuinely an amazing tool, and I highly recommend you take it in as an attack. And it may end up becoming a It may end up becoming what your deck needed then, or it might become what your deck needed then and also what your deck can use in the future. Because also the Ironclad is a character that literally hurts themselves half the time. Literally hurts themselves in confusion in order to do things, and hurting yourself just triggers blood for blood as well. But yeah. Next up, bloodletting. When I first rated bloodletting, I'm pretty sure I put this shit in like D or F tier. This shit is an S tier card. Holy fucking shit. I take bloodletting almost every single goddamn run. Bloodletting is so fucking good, man. Bloodletting is insane. It is insane. Now, again, it is not what it says here on this card. It gives you 2 energy unupgraded, and it gives you 3 energy when upgraded. 3 health to gain 3 energy when comboed with something like battle trance, armaments, all those sort of things is crazy. Crazy fucking good. Crazy, crazy, crazy good. It is one of the best instant energy generation cards in the entire game. It is better than things like Turbo because you're not going to have to deal with the randomness of when you're going to draw the Void next. It is better than something like Seeing Red because you can play it multiple times in a fight. It is better than something like Concentrate because it doesn't have the stipulation of when you can and can't play it. It's better than something like Recycle. In my opinion, I think Recycle is like right next to it, but I think it's just slightly better, and especially because you're on the Ironclad. Because you can play it more times in a fight, or it doesn't run out based on the cards in your hand, and it doesn't run out based on the RNG of the cost of the cards in your hand, and et cetera, et cetera. And the Ironclad is a character that utilizes their health extremely well, and there's so many tools in the game to help you heal and to help you maintain your health. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, Bloodletting is the best card that is built just around giving you energy.
Fun fact, you can very occasionally go infinite using this card for an energy source. I had an infinite a couple days ago relying on this and dual-wielding Reapers. It was hilarious.
I wouldn't rely on going infinite with Bloodletting, but it's insane, yes. Frost is a doctor before the 1800s. Type shit. But yeah, Bloodletting's insane. Highly recommend taking a Bloodletting. I think a lot of newer players especially are worried about they're worried about 2 things. They're worried about exhaust cards because they're like, what the heck? My deck is going to go down to 0 cards if I get rid of all my cards. And then also they're worried about hurting themselves, which is why they press rest at a campfire when they're at 50 out of 71 HP. So, if you could learn anything, deal a little bit of damage to yourself. It's okay. All right? Deal a little bit of damage to yourself and you're going to be all right. Question, isn't Bloodletting kind of weak in Act 1 or am I stupid? It's weaker in Act 1 for sure. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely is weaker in Act 1 because you're mainly going to have 1-cost cards in your hand. So you're going to draw 4 cards along with a Bloodletting, and then you play your Bloodletting, and you take 3 damage to essentially play 1 more card, which can oftentimes be the difference maker in terms of killing something. Or you can block for 5, so it's technically a net positive of 2 HP. But that's like not an insane amount of value from a card like that. But it's like taking a turbo in Act 1. You know? Either way. Bludgeon is next. I don't think Bludgeon goes... It's like, honestly, Bludgeon's kind of like in like C- tier. It's kind of like C- for me. But it's not quite Bash, but it's kind of fucking C-, dude. This shit is not that good. I'll take it in Act 1. If I get it, if I see it in Act 1, fuck yeah, I'm going to take a fucking Bludgeon. If I have Snecko-Eye, fuck yeah, I'm going to take a Bludgeon. If I have Necronomicon, fuck yeah, I'm going to take a Bludgeon. But those are like such very specific situational things that I think that that's where the C tier is kind of where those things live, to me. Is like, this is where the C tier is kind of like, these are so hyper situational that I'm not taking them often enough to make them insanely goated, but they're not bad. Like being able to deal 42 damage when upgraded for 3 mana is really good. 42 damage, insta-kills most enemies in Act 1 and 2. That's amazing. That's good. With a little bit of vulnerable tacked on, man. Hell yeah. I'm just killing shit. But yeah, it's without some things that work around it and synergize with it, without it doing much more. That's why Sunder is insane. Yeah, Sunder is really good because it pays for itself. It has the Sunder is what is often compared to is the defect card that deals 3 damage, 24 or 3 mana, 24 damage, or 32 damage upgraded. But when you kill something with the card, you get your energy back. So it synergizes with itself. Bludgeon doesn't have that, so you need other tools. And so yeah, it's just it's not that good. It's not that good, especially as you start to formulate what you want to do with your deck. You tend to just want to spend your energy on doing other things. So yeah. And then we get to mother effing Body Slam. And Body Slam I put in D tier. Because Body Slam is good in one run. You want Body Slam at 1 point. Other than that, I'm really not taking Body Slam. There's one time that I want to take Body Slam. And it's after I got my barricade shit going on. And most of the time, I don't need the Body Slam. Most of the time, when I have a barricade run happening, I don't need Body Slam. I think it could be justified at going up into C tier. I think you could make an argument for it. I think that maybe I underrate Body Slam. That's fine. But this is how I genuinely feel is by the time that I need a Body Slam, I have an infinitely scaling block deck or something that holds like 400 block consistently. And then I'm just like, yeah, I don't really need a Body Slam. I could chip away with just strikes and angers and a blood for blood. And I don't need this Body Slam. And most of the time, I'm annoyed at seeing Body Slam because it's a fucking common card. So it shows up so goddamn often when I don't want it. And if it's taking up a slot of another card that I would rather have, I'm kind of fucking annoyed at it. And I just want to stop fucking seeing it. So that shit is butt. That shit is butt. And so I think we have to think about that. Is the fact that shit is butt. It's kind of poop from a butt, yeah. If you have 100 strength, it's 0 energy, deal 100 damage. Holy fuck. I think Body Slam in D tier is fair. Your reasoning for Bludgeon in C, though, is situational, but it's got a few cases where you would want it. Okay, so let's think about this. You see Bludgeon far less often, so I get less annoyed with seeing Bludgeon. And 2, if I see Bludgeon in Act 1, I'm most likely going to take a Bludgeon in Act 1. If I see a Body Slam in Act 1, I'm most likely not taking a Body Slam in Act 1. So therefore, Bludgeon to me has a lot, 1/3 of runs, Bludgeon is quite useful. Body Slam is useful in very hyper-specific situations. Okay, but if you have 100 strength and the enemy is vulnerable, that's 150 damage. Oh my god, for 0 energy? What the hell? All right, next up is Brutality. And if you want to get controversial about this, I think this is going to be a very controversial card here for Twitch chat. I'm going to actually sit here for a second, and I'm going to wait and see what Twitch chat rates Brutality as. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see, and then everybody starts rating in C tier. This is a wide-ranged card. I'm not seeing really any S tiers, but I'm seeing A's through F. Which is kind of crazy. And I think that I'm a little bit wishy-washy on this card. And let me explain why. This is a way that I have explained this card for a really long time. So, if I draw 5 cards every turn, okay? And if let's say this is a deck that I don't have brutality in, and then this is a deck that I have brutality in. On turn 1, I draw 5 cards. On turn 1 of the do, I draw 5 plus a brutality, right? On turn 2, I draw 5 cards. On turn 2, I've played the brutality. I now draw 6 cards. But in terms of the amount of cards that I've drawn the same amount of cards. I've drawn 10 cards in 2 turns, just like I've drawn 10 cards in 2 turns with the brutality. Because the brutality on turn 2 is only making me draw the card that I would have drawn if I didn't have brutality in the deck. And then finally, on turn 3, it finally draws me an additional 6 card, and it draws me 1 additional card. It draws me 1 additional card than if I didn't have it. In most hallway fights in Act 1 and Act 2, and even a lot of them in Act 3, only last for like 5 turns. Like, not a lot of them, just random hallway fights, go crazy far. But it's an insane tool in boss fights. It synergizes with a few things. The things that it synergizes outside of like Blood for Blood are like kind of meh. So I think it's a fine card. But as a rare card, it kind of is lacking as a rare card. Right? It's kind of lacking as a rare. To me. This is my opinion on it. It's kind of just lacking as a rare card. I love Cube Brutality. Yeah, no, again, I think that this card, to me, I think that is B tier. Because I think it synergizes a little bit better than Bludgeon. Just a little bit better than Bludgeon. And it's easier to get off. It's easier to, again, I'm still always probably going to take one in like, if I see it in Act 1 and there's nothing else that, like, if I just get it in a random card reward in Act 1 and it's like brutality up against 2 meh things, am I probably going to take a brutality? Yeah. Because it can be useful into a boss fight that's going to go for 10 to 15 turns. And it's not easy it's pretty easy for me to deal with the health loss from it. But then it like has anti-synergy with other things in the future. Like if I get like a fossilized helix or something, and then it can kind of suck. Or if you get like a centennial puzzle and it procs when you don't want to proc it. But like it's like nitpicky and like we're getting down to the nitty gritty. I think it's B tier. I think I can take it a decent amount of times. I think I can be safe with slotting it in. And it not feeling like a curse, right? Bludgeon, I think the distinction between something like this and Bludgeon is if I'm in a fight where I'm not going to play Bludgeon, it feels terrible. If I'm in a fight where Brutality isn't going to pop off, it feels like minus 2 HP. You know? It feels meh. It feels okay. Now, the turns that it might replace a block card in my hand that would have been the difference between blocking an attack and not blocking attack, sure, it can cost you more HP, but that's speculative, and I don't feel like caring about that. So yeah, I think Brutality's fine. I think Brutality's pretty fine. How am I doing so far, chat? We're only through the A's and part of the B's. We still have so many cards. But also, we've done so many cards. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 out of 75. Let's go. I would have finished already. Yeah, if I wasn't yapping, I could rate these cards really. You just want me to do that, and then I just sit here? That would be cute. Oh. Yeah, could you stroke it real quick? Thanks. Okay, next up, Burning Pact. Burning Pact, exhaust 1 card, draw 2, or draw 3. Burning Pact is definitely a card that the later on into the game that you go, it's way fucking better, right? Early on, spending 1 mana to draw 2 cards when my deck is full of starter cards is meh. But then by the time that I get to the Act 1 boss, it's not as bad. But by the time I get to the Act 2 boss, holy shit. I got more energy. I got more ways to manipulate. I got cards that I don't want in the deck anymore, but I don't have enough removes in order to remove them. Or the boss is giving me status cards and I need to fight against that. Or I'm giving myself status cards and I need to fight against that. Or I want to lower my deck down to being minus or under 10 cards so that I can fill up my hand and I can go infinite with Pommel Strike Sundial. I think Burning Pact to me is on the cusp of A to S, and I'm genuinely up in the air of where I want to put it. If I could tilt this shit sideways and I could put it on the border, I would. Let me think with my brain real quick. Hold on. What would Zechnar do? What would Zechnar do? What would Zechnar do? What would Zechnar do? He just called me a slur. What the hell? Anyways, I would put this in S tier. Because I think you can easily slot a Burning Pact into every single deck that you play. You just might not take it as your first card ward in Act 1. But I think by the end of Act 1, you can take one. And in every single run, you can slot Burning Pact in. Would you ever take multiple? All the time. Yes. All the time I take multiple in a run. I think you more often will take multiple Burning Pacts than you do Battle Trances. More often than you... yes, more often than you would take Bloodletting. You would take multiple Bloodlettings. S is controversial but brave. Okay. Thanks for telling me I'm brave. I appreciate that. How much do you value upgrading Burning Pact? Honestly, not that much. I think it's mainly because it's already draw positive, but then also because Dark Embrace is something that you always want to take. And so it, like, kind of does its job for itself. Yeah. Spoilers! What the hell? All right, next up, we got Carnage. The movie was kind of mid, but where would I put the card Carnage? Also mid. It's also mid. Because, again, it's something that you take when you need some damage. But it kind of just stinky McPoops the later on it goes. Like, I don't really care about having a Carnage late into Act... Like, I'm not usually taking a Carnage late into Act 2, and I'm pretty much never taking a Carnage in Act 3. Because if I got to Act 3 and I don't have... And I need a solid damage source, Jesus, man. But early on in the game, it's wonderful. Carnage is your Act 1 friend. This pile of bodies that it depicts on its card art is strictly it in Act 1. Main trade-off is that it will start your Lagavulin fights for you because you'll go into your elite fight being like, I have a Carnage. I have a big damage card. I can't wait to play my Bash and then play Carnage. And then on turn 1, you draw defend, strike, Carnage. And you're like, well, I have to start the Lagavulin fight or else I will not be able to kill it. And I cannot wait for me to get off Bash first because Carnage will exhaust itself, and that fucking sucks. Is it not a little bit higher because it exhausts itself later? No, because it's taking up draw. And I think draw order is extremely valuable, even though it exhausts itself later for the later bosses so that you don't have to redraw. I think it's preventing you from getting your scaling engine off one card less. And a lot of the times I would just rather not have it. But I think it's pretty much equal with Bludgeon, honestly. The only reason that you have less Bludgeons in your deck is because it's a rare card. I think if they were both uncommon cards, I think you would take them equally as much. That's just me. Okay. Next up, Cleave. This card, to me, is B tier because of how many times I take it. Because it's just a solution. It's just a solution, man. It's just a solution of I don't have AoE, I need to take AoE. Now, is it the greatest card? Am I going to be taking it late into the game if I don't have AoE and I'm about to go into a Reptomancer fight? Yes. Absolutely I am. If I'm AoE-less and I'm like, damn, I want to take Act 3 Elites and I have nothing to deal with Reptomancer, I'm going to need to fucking Cleave. And the Ironclad tends to lack decent AoE options. You've got Whirlwind, which is pretty good, but usually you don't take it till later in the game. Reaper, that's a rare card, and you want to take when you have a lot of energy getting off. Immolate, but that's a rare card, and a lot of the times you take it when it's, or you see it stacked up against other rare cards at boss fights, and so you're like, damn, I would rather take an Impervious or a Demon Form or a Reaper over taking an Immolate. So Cleave, you just take in a lot of decks. You just put in a lot of decks. So I gotta like Cleave, man. It's so simple. But it's a tool that the Ironclad has, and it's a tool that he needs. It's your vegetables. I agree. Cleave is the vegetables of the Ironclad. It's nothing super special in terms of flavor, but you add in a little bit of salt and spice and everything nice, and you got yourself a great meal. Is good old reliable. Yeah. It's chilling. I'm not sad when I have to pick up a Cleave. I'm like, damn, that's good into the tri-centuries. Nice. We're chilling, man. It's not, you know. You got to commend cards that just fucking work. It just does its goddamn job. Yeah. You would ever be sad to see this at the bar of S- tier? Yeah, I'm sad to see this when it's the 5th one that I've seen in Act 1, and I've taken the first 3. Which I feel like happens. I feel like that happens, man. Okay? A common card. There's some runs where the game just shows you the same common card over and over and over again. And I'm just like, yes, honey, I'm clocking in for my shift at the Cleave Factory again. Yes, honey. The Cleave Factory is open. Yes. I'll go into the Cleave Factory. All right, next up is Clothesline. That's a D tier card. Any questions? I fucking hate this card. This card you only take in like Act 1, Floor 1 or 2 when no other common card that is an attack is available and you're going to need something as another card in order to deal with Act 1. This shit is fucking ass. And I think it would be better if the Ironclad didn't have a lot of access to weakening. But the Ironclad is a character that surprisingly has a crazy amount of access to weakening. Uppercut. Shockwave. Intimidate. It's just a fucking champion's bout. Like, the Ironclad just does weakening really, really, really well. But Intimidate sucks. I'm not saying that Intimidate doesn't suck. I'm saying that this card sucks, and there's other ways to get off the... Shut up, chatters! Don't talk to me ever again, okay? Yeah, Intimidate. No, Intimidate, I think, is better, honestly, than Clothesline, personally, in my opinion. No, we'll get there. We'll get there. In terms of Intimidate, I think Intimidate gets a slightly bad rap. But yeah, I think it even sucks in Act 1, because Act 1, you feel a little bit scared to take a lot of 2-cost cards, because Bash sucks, but you want to play Bash every single time that you draw it in Act 1. But when you have to decide between playing Bash and Clothesline, Clothesline almost always wins out, and it just feels weak and bad. And then It just meh. It just. But if you get Necronomicon, every other 2-cost attack feels better to play with Necronomicon. Change my mind, except maybe Fiendfire when you don't have a way to get it off twice. Every other 2-cost attack that the Ironclad has feels 2 to 3 cost attack feels better to play. Because like Bash scales itself, Uppercut scales itself, Immolate, big AoE, Perfected Strike probably deals more damage, Carnage deals more damage. Like Sever Soul, man, probably is gonna do some cool things with Exhausting. Whirlwind, I get dizzy. You know, Jab, I got ads in 60 seconds after the ad break, or when we get to the ad break, I'll take a break and I'll get a drink of water or something. Because this should be making my breath parch. But before we get into that, we're going to real quick rate Combust. Combust! Deal 1 damage to yourself and then deal 5 damage to the enemy. This shit going in D tier. This shit going in butt tier. Because this is what my butt looks like, is a big-ass D. It's really good early game for AoE. It can be a scaling thing for your Rupture runs, but that's like kind of mid in and of itself. It doesn't do enough later in the game to deal with the Reptomancer's ads. And goddamn, is it so anti-synergistic with so many things in the game. Centennial Puzzle is a common fucking relic and one of the best relics at that in the game in the common tier. But it's anti-synergistic with it, man. Anti-synergistic with Runic Cube is so fucking butt from a poop tier, man. It eats up your fucking fossilized helix. It eats up all your shit. It's stupid. Is bad. Not good. It's okay at taking, sometimes, again, early on in the game. I'd put it at the high of D tier. I put it high up in D tier because you can take it early on in the game to make you feel good about yourself and to get you through Act 1 sometimes. If you're against, like, Tri-Sentries, if you fight Tri-Sentries 2 times in Act 1 and you're fighting Slime Boss, okay, maybe you like Combust. Should have just taken Fire Breathing, but maybe you like Combust, right? It just kind of... Anyways, ads have started, chat. I'm going to go pee real quick. Armadillo, are you here to do the ocarina? Chat. I think it's ocarina on. Wait. Ocarina on. Ocarina. Armadillo did it. Okay, I gotta go pee. Chad, if you play me a song while I pee, I'll give you 10 subs. How'd you guys do? Did you guys eat shit? Not our best showing? Hey, it's okay. We got every song. That's incredible. Ate shit from a butt. Nice. Anyways, ads are done. I'm done. And we're back. Now with Corruption, which we obviously know is now a rare card. Dark Embrace is a common card. This is just an old tier list.
Combust is D because of Combust, D's nuts got him.
Really, man? On stroke day. Corruption's S tier. This shit is... It's almost always a take. It is, even though sometimes it's not a take because you don't feel like you can get Corruption off or your deck already is working, it is one of the most powerful single effects in the entire game. It is. It is one of the most powerful cards in all of Slay the Spire. Yeah.
A hype train has begun.
Damn, dudes, I'm on a goddamn train now because you guys are moving so goddamn fast. I'm going to be rating cards from a fucking train for the next few minutes. All right. Hurt. Let's do it. Let's run it. A lot of newer players will be really scared of taking Corruption because they're like, oh my God, my entire deck is going to exhaust. And I understand that. But that is a fear that you need to fucking get over. It's a single player game. You could lose. And that's okay. There's no ranked leaderboards of Slay the Spire. I highly recommend you take things that make you feel uncomfortable. Because I guarantee you're going to have an incredibly fun run. And then you'll learn that Corruption is one of the great things if you can pull it off, which you more often than not can. It's really hard in Act 1, but the later that your run goes, it's so fucking good. And it is paired great with its partner, Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace, also S tier. Also, notably, just as a fun thing, Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain, I think, are two of the best cards in the entire game. Simply for the reason that on any character, if you had Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain, they would still be must-takes. Like, regardless of whether or not you had Corruption or anything like that, like, Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain are, when I do my Giga Prismatics challenge, Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain are still must-takes on every single thing. Every character loves them.
Scam train? Let's make this a real train chat. Give me subs and I'll rank you as a person.
Not going to do that. But yeah, Dark Embrace is super fucking good. Yeah. Super duper pooper scooper good. Hey, Defend's here. Nice. Are you in favor of Corruption? Yes. As a future politician, I am very much in favor of Corruption. Big fan of it. I also am in favor of an age minimum for... being in politics of 70 years old. Thank you, T-Guy, for the 7 gifted subs. But yeah, these cards, for just as a reminder, these were swapped in terms of uncommon and rarity. Anyways, next up, Demon Form. I'm a demon and I can take form. Demon Form is definitely a fan favorite, mainly because you get to see the Ironclad shirtless. And I think it's like the top of B tier. I think it's the top going into the cusp of A tier. I think in terms of rare cards, it's really good. I mean, its effect is extremely powerful. It can feel really difficult in the early game to be able to pull off effectively, unless you have a lot of combo pieces, but it's a boss killing tool, and it's insanely strong in any sort of strength deck that you can get. I do think that it is one of the biggest noob traps in the game. But I wouldn't quite put it in A tier because I'm not snap picking it in every single run that I get. I don't think it's slottable in every single deck. Because if I'm doing big bonks or I'm doing big block, what the fuck do I need strength for? You know? I don't always need a demon form in my deck. But it's good. It's really, really strong. But I think maybe people take it a little bit too often. It's just more reason to take Snecko on the Ironclad. I wonder how different the game would be. I wonder how different Slay the Spire would be if you took boss relics before you took the boss card. Maybe we should do that as a challenge. Whoa, that sounds like kind of a mod idea. Whoa. Hey, Tristan, maybe you should hire a modder to make that again. Whoa. Anyways, sorry. I've hit my mid tier list slump. I'm getting tired of yapping. But let's move on to Disarm. Disarm, a card that I think I used to rate really fucking highly. I think I used to rate this card insanely highly. It is the best beta art in the game. It is definitely the best beta art in the game. And I think that you can put one in every deck. I think you can put a Disarm into most decks. I just think you skip it a lot more over other more useful things that are going to make your deck go round. And then later on, you're like, oh, I have a lot of exhaust synergy. Yeah, we'll take a Disarm. Oh, I need a tool to be able to deal with a couple of turns of the hard fight. Yeah, I'll take a Disarm. Oh, I'm in Act 2, and I don't really have anything that scales against Stabby Book. Yeah, I'll take a Disarm. You know? It's just a card. It's a good card, but I used to think I valued it way too highly. I think I used to value this card way too highly. And nowadays, I just find myself taking things over it, especially in Act 1. It's really good into a lot of Act 1 bosses, into 2 out of the 3 Act 1 bosses. But I think you can just take other things over it a lot of the time. But it's really fucking good. I do think it's a really powerful effect. It's really good in fights that it's really good in, and really bad in fights that it's really bad in. Against Hexaghost, it's amazing. Against Tri-Sentries, it's dog shit. Against Stabby Book, it's amazing. Against the Slavers, it's dog shit, right? So it's meh. Meh. Shmeep shmop. Can it really be that bad if it's only 1 cost and exhausts? Clash is 0 cost, and it's really bad. Anyways, double tap. More like double B, because the B's got 2 little humps. Am I right, guys? Sim Chopper, thank you for 3 months.
Night I found out power pellets do not cure blasphemy effect. Found that out during the hard fight on Ascension 13.
Sorry about that. Double tap, more like double crap. I think it's really good in once you have a thing that you want to play it with, but you're not really ever going to be happy to take a double tap before you have something that you want to double tap. But a lot of really cool cards, you're not going to be able to double tap because your deck is full of like 20 plus cards and you don't have a way to manipulate around to being able to double tap the thing that you want to double tap. But when you do have something to be able to double tap and you do have a way to manipulate it, or you do have like a few things that are pretty good to double tap, which I think happens more often, you have a Blood for Blood and a Chemokinesis in your deck and an Immolate and a Dropkick and a, you'll have like a number of things and you're like, okay, now I can take a double tap. And I think it's pretty good for that. I think it's pretty good in that realm when you have multiple decent things in your deck to be able to double tap. When you only have one thing, it's bad. When you have 0 things, it's terrible. If I see a double tapped early on in Act 1, I'm skipping it. Because what am I going to double tap a fucking strike when I draw 3 strikes in my turn, and for 3 energy, I'm going to play 2 strikes? Awesome. Then I'm also going to play a strike after that. Nice. So yeah, it's meh. It's meh. Shmeep shmop. Next up, Dropkick. Dropkick I'd put in C tier. It's okay early on in the game to fill the slot kind of like Anger can, where you're just like needing to be able to deal more energy worth of damage early on. But then it can fall off very far when more enemies have artifact when you have a bigger deck, so you're less likely to be able to get off your vulnerable and keep your vulnerable by the time that you get to dropkick. But it obviously opens up for a lot of synergizes with infinites. But it also is really good with double tap, I guess. But yeah, I don't find myself taking it in a lot of runs, and most of the time it just clogs the deck for after you've taken it early on in Act 1. I think that's kind of like the gist of C tier, is it's like, yeah, you're taking something in Act 1 that helps you out, and then eventually it just kind of makes you feel mid. Yeah. It's a little bit shmeep shmop to me. Dual wield. Now, this is a big one that I think, I don't remember where I put dual wield in the past. But if I had to guess, I probably rated it kind of poorly. Because I think the dual wield, if you're thinking about only dual wielding attacks, is bad. But if you're thinking it in terms of dual wielding powers, dual wield's incredible. And I like taking a dual wield in a lot of my runs. I like taking a lot. I end up late game taking dual wield. It's not useful usually in the early game unless you're like, okay, I'm going to stack a specific power, like a feel no pain, and that's how I'm going to beat the boss.
Genuine question, do you ever remove anything other than curses or strikes/defense?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. I think that in a hyper beam type deck, you might remove your zaps. I think that, sometimes if you transform, let's say you transform into like a perfected strike, but you've already gotten rid of a number of your strikes, that perfected strike may be worse than a strike. Yeah. I think you can remove bash later on in the game because it's just more expensive and is more annoying to play. Yeah, also after like a Pandora's box, things like that, sure. Yeah. But yeah, I think dual wield is like has such insane late game synergy that I'm taking it a lot. I feel like late game you have a large number of powers. Usually, you'll want to duplicate a Dark Embrace or a Feel No Pain, or you'll want to duplicate something that is like a Reaper or a Feed. Dude, Feed dual wield is so fun, man. 250 max HP plus, man. You can duplicate Inflames. You can there's a lot of synergies with like Infernal Blades or creating zero cost attacks in another way, and then you duplicate them. There's a lot of ways to dual wield out to get an infinite. Dual wield's also really good because you can, if you don't dual wield, it allows you to not take as many attack cards in your deck, have a low number of attack cards in your deck, so that you can then have a faster way to be able to build up your engine of blocking or attacking or, whatever your thing is, your scaling stuff. And then once you've gotten all that stuff online in a boss fight, you then can duplicate one of the best cards, Blood for Blood. Dual wielding Blood for Blood is a common way that I win my heart fights, I feel like. Dual wielding Blood for Blood goes fucking crazy. So yeah, I think dual wield is very underrated and is quite good. Being able to dual wield something like Pummel sometimes can be really strong. Dual wielding something that's low cost early on in the game, like an Anger, can be really strong. Reckless Charge can be really strong just to be able to deal a big burst damage. Super good with Snecko Eye in terms of hallway fights of you drawing into a bunch of cards with a dual wield in your hand, and you dual wield whatever card happens to cost 0 that turn. Really fucking strong. Yeah. If you can't tell, I think the dual wield just synergizes in so many things. I think it's so versatile that it then creates itself into being S tier. It dual wield plus powers with Mummified Hand, insanely strong, because then it usually, if you dual wield and you make 3 powers in your hand, a lot of the time that power is then going to make your other power cost 0, which then you're just going to fucking combo into playing all the powers, and even though you don't have the energy to be able to play it all, Mummified Hand that allows you. There's just so much synergy that I think you're taking dual wield more often than you could think about it. Yeah. All right. Entrench is D tier. Because again, you're only taking Entrench in the exact same deck that you're taking Body Slam. You're only taking Entrench in a very specific deck. It's once you've gotten an insane runaway barricade deck off, then you're like, okay, now I want Entrench. Now that I have all the other pieces to the pie, now I want Entrench. But it's also the same as Body Slam, where it's like, a lot of the times you don't even need it. A lot of the times you don't fucking need it, man. A lot of the times you're already like the heart. If in order to beat the heart in like like 6 turns or whatever, it like 6 to 8 turns, you need like 250, 300 block, and you can get that from exhausting a bunch of cards with Feel No Pains. You can get that from Imperviouses. You can get there already without needing an Entrench. Entrench is just, I can do it faster and better and more consistently and easier and with less RNG, and it can make your deck really, really strong. But most of the time, you're just like, damn, I'm seeing another damn Entrench, man. Damn. Shit. This shit kind of poop from a butt. Dual wield stays in A. I just gave like a 5-minute explanation on dual wield. Okay, what question do you have? Why are you questioning dual wield being in A? I would love to answer your question and be helpful. Don't blink. I have Tourette's. I have to blink. Is it good? Yeah. Because you said so many good things that I agree on. You even said it makes itself into an S. What? When did I say it makes itself into an S? I'm very sure you said something along those lines. Yeah, I don't think dual wield makes it into S tier for me just because of how it's not super good until much, much, much later in the game. It gets way better as the later in the game that you go. And so slotting one in early can just oftentimes feel really bad. Okay. Evolve. An extremely powerful effect. Whenever you draw a status card, draw 1 or 2 cards. Poop, butt, fart. I think it's meh. It's like meh. I don't see myself taking it. I think you could say that you could put it into B tier. I think you could justify it being in B tier. Yeah, let's put it in. Meh. 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 Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it here. I just like I want to take it in a lot of runs, but take it. I think taking Evolve just to play against the enemies feels bad. I think that it's really good into the heart. I think if you can get an Evolve for the heart fight, sure. Or if you can get an Evolve and it's a tool for specific fights that you feel like you're going to have trouble dealing with, I think it's a really good tool. But taking it because the enemies give you statuses, I think just, for me, doesn't feel like enough. Because half the time it's going to be on the bottom of your deck. And then, like, I think one of the better fights that it can be strong against is, like, the Chosen. But sometimes you'll be like, you'll bottom deck Evolve against the Chosen, and you're bottom decking it along with 3 other Dazes, and also the Chosen's dealing like 24 damage to you on that turn, and it just feels like dog shit. But it's really, I think it's really good late game when you have a lot of status cards or in like very specific builds. But This whole tier list is built around bottom decking cards. It's built for bottoms by a bottom. Shut up, Midwest Jeff. Just because you're some fucking power top that's gonna be able to treat me right and make me feel safe while also pounding me into the fucking pillow doesn't mean that I have to respect your opinions. Jesus. Anyways, guys, I think Exhume is S tier. I don't think I need to say much about Exhume. This card used to be like the most powerful card in the game way back in the day because you used to be able to exhume and exhume. And they had to patch that out. And still to this day, people just ask me randomly. They're just like, wait, can you exhume? Nah, you can't do that. But yeah, it's exhume is that's shit. Because okay, exhaust is an effect that is added to cards that are too strong that the game thinks that you should only be able to play them once. So being able to play them again is really good. And exhume is like having a second copy, in theory, of every single one of your exhaust cards at the same time. It's Pandora's exhaust card, right? If you have a disarm, now you have 2 disarms. If you have a fiend fire, now you can have 2 fiend fires. You have a feed, now you have 2 feeds. If you have a limit break, now you have 2 limit breaks. Because in each fight, you can decide, what do I need 2 of right now? I need 2 imperviouses. I need 2 shivs, holy. So, I mean, it's fucking insane. Yeah. Yeah, more apparitions. Holy shit. Absolutely. Yeah. Exhume is absolutely S tier. Feed. Oh, feed. Oh, feed. Feed is a card that I'm going to contradict myself a little bit with. I'm going to contradict myself a little bit with Feed. I'm going to put it in S tier. But I might not take it in every single run. But on the runs that you do take it on, and I think you take it a lot. I think you take it most of the time that you see a Feed. Now, stacked up against other rare cards, sometimes you're like, oh, I need damage here, and so I can't afford to take a Feed, so I have to take something like a Fiend Fire or an Immolate, right? Because your deck needs the ability to kill the enemies, and it can't set up a Feed effectively without sacrificing all of its HP. But this is an insanely powerful effect. Disgusting. And I think you can take it more often than you think later on in runs. Like, you could get it from like the Act 2 boss and be like, oh, I only have 1 act left to feed. I think that's amazing. I think that's, unless you have something else that you're already trying to set up for the end of the fights, like a ritual dagger or something. Like, unless you're already trying to set something else up, I think that feed is bonkers OP. HP is a resource, and if you roll into the heart fight with plus 40 HP from from the final act, even just playing it lazily in Act 3 and Act 3 and / Act 4, just plus 40 HP is insane. It's disgusting. Yeah. Feed S+ tier, honestly. Feel no pain. S tier. If you can't tell, the Ironclad's kind of a powerful character. He's got a lot of things. Feel no pain. It's an S tier card. It's so fucking good. You don't say. Yeah, the Ironclad's really fucking easy, man. I'll tell you, this character is easy as hell. Feel no pain. S tier. Everything on this character exhausts. He literally wants to burn everything to the fucking ground. Most status cards exhaust. The enemy gives you statuses, countered. Now it's my status of status. Write it on Facebook. I'm strong, bro. This is a snap pick. This, I think I get more dopamine from seeing than Defragment Plus. I get more dopamine from seeing a Feel No Pain minus than a Defragment Plus. And there's a lot of dopamine there, man. There's a lot of dopamine. Ain't no way it's more than a Defragment Plus. Is way more than a Defragment Plus. And again, just to reiterate, I think Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain are two of the most powerful cards in the entire game. That if you put these two cards on any single character and you want them, you will snap pick these cards on almost every single character. You'll be taking Dark Embrace and Feel No Pains all of the time. Think about Shiv synergies. You think about like the Watcher with like Miracle synergies. You think about the Defect with so many cards that wait, what does the Defect have? Wait, with the Defect what? Chill. The Defect has Chill. I think the Defect could probably get without a Feel No Pain, but would definitely want a Dark Embrace. I think Les wants Feel No Pain, definitely wants Dark Embrace. Because you have like holograms and, yeah, recycle, shit like that. Yeah. Double energy, yeah. No, I absolutely think. But either way, you get my point. Really strong. Fiendfire. I just like the name of this card. I like being a little fiend. Fiendfire. Fiendfire is 2 mana, deal 60 damage a lot of the time. Because if you have it upgraded to the enemy's vulnerable, which again, they are often, it is 2 mana, 60 damage. That already is crazy. Pair that with a Dark Embrace. I'm Dark Embracing your shit. Paired that with Battle Trance early on, I'm 10 steps ahead of the Spire. You paired that with an Evolve synergy, I'm 40 steps ahead of the Spire. I dual wield a couple of cards in my hand, I'm 95 steps ahead. I got Offering, I've already had 3 days since you've had 1 day. You paired that with a fucking Powered Through, I'm light years ahead of you. This card's S tier. This card is an S tier card by metrics. Sorry, I was doing the meme. Do you guys know the meme where the guy says that he broke up his days into 3 different days? You guys seen that meme? That's what I was doing that. I was doing that meme, but with the Fiendfire. Great job, thank you. I appreciate that. One of the funniest videos, for those that hasn't seen it, I think we should watch it. Guy that breaks up days into 3 days meme.
So I measure time. I've compressed and condensed time. I've bent it. My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm gonna kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise. So
Jesus Christ, he's so insane. He's so smart. How did I not think of this earlier? Damn, holy shit. I'm toast. That guy's lived 3 lifetimes already, man. Still dies at 133. So he dies 3 times faster. Yeah, that guy goes crazy. That guy's, woof, he's living a life better than ours. All right, next up we got Fire Breathing. That's a D tier card. I think it's pretty much, it's D tier. It's D tier card. I think you take Fire Breathing in one place. You take Fire Breathing 1 time. Here's 1 time that you should snap pick Fire Breathing. Are you in Act 1? Are you against the Slime Boss? If so, congratulations, you've just defeated Slime Boss. Fire Breathing is the sole defeater of Slime Boss. Other than that, it helps in a lot of fights. Helps with the slavers. Helps with tri-sentries. Helps with the chosen. Helps in a lot of fights. Better or worse than combust, would you say? I think that it is better to take, worse to transform into. Then combust. All right, next up, Flame Barrier, aka Derriere, because that flames just looks like a big fart to me. Anyways, I put Flame Barrier in A tier. I think this card's amazing. I think this card's really fucking good early game. Counters a lot of Act 1 bosses. As the game goes on, the enemies tend to deal more multi-attacks. The enemies deal more multi-attacks. So it just gets better the later on that the game goes. It just scales against your will. Thorns get better. Amazing into the heart. Amazing into a lot of elite combats. Amazing into a number of boss combats. And it just synergizes with a lot of these cards up in S tier, right? Corruption, Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain. Fuck yeah, give me infinite number of Flame Barriers. Burning Pact, oh, I don't need Flame Barrier in this fight. It's a Burning Pact target. Battle Trance into a Flame Barrier, hell yeah. Bloodletting helps me play my Flame Barrier. Barricade, love a Flame Barrier. You take it all the time. You just take this card frequently. Poops the birds. Poops on the birds. Yes, it does in fact poop on the birds. If you didn't know, fire is good against the birds in Slay the Spire. Yeah. Good with Snecko-Eye. Yeah, good with a lot of things. It's just it's an amazing card. It's really, really good. All right, Flex. Flex, I'm going to do something right now, and it's going to fuck up your brain. I do this every single time that we talk about Flex, because I get asked about Flex quite frequently. I'm not officially putting it in C tier. But if you look at the card, to me, this card looks like the bicep is concave. Like it is curving inwards. And once your brain flips and you can see it like that, you can never unsee it. And I've always seen it as concave and not as puffing outwards. I've never been able to see it puffing out. I don't know why. Maybe it was like the shadows were poorly drawn or something, but yeah. Anyways, where would I actually put Flex is my question. I think that Flex Minus is an F tier card. I think Flex Plus is like a C tier or B tier card. I think Flex Plus is like a B tier card. But that's the problem, is you've got to see a Flex Plus. And a lot of times, when are you going to see a Flex Plus? When you have when you have egg. When you have your toxic egg. And when you have toxic egg and everything is already upgraded, it's meh. Because everything is already upgraded. Or you see it in Act 3 when you have a higher chance of seeing upgraded cards. But then by that time, you already have your scaling engine. You already kind of have your identity of your deck. You don't really need a Flex Plus. So I think I would put it in like the very, 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 very bottom of C tier. Because, dude, a Flex Plus, like if you are forced to take a Flex early on, like let's say your first combat has butt cheeks, Flex, and you're like, fuck, I should take a Flex because I should take something, right? So you take a Flex. Get to the first campfire. There's nothing else to upgrade. You're like, okay, a Flex is a good upgrade. It's a good upgrade because it makes it a good card. I think you're a happy camper with the deck. And I think Flex remains a happy camper type card, right? Regardless. And it synergizes with things like Limit Break, obviously, and Artifact, and with pellets, things like that. It has some synergies that are really good. But I think it's a fine card. You're not super upset when you transform into it. Like if you transform in Act 2 and you get the Transform 2 event You're not super upset if you transform a strike into a flex, right? It's easy to play. You probably have some sort of multi-hit attack, maybe. Good chance of it. It's not bad. Not terrible. It's kind of mid. It's kind of meh. Kind of shmeep shmop. Next up, we have Ghostly Armor. And I think I'd kind of put Ghostly Armor in like the same place. Maybe you could consider Ghostly Armor in B tier because of how often you take it in Act 1. But again, all the cards that we're taking in Act 1 are kind of right here, you know? These are kind of like Act 1 cards. I think Ghostly Armor kind of fits into that. It's an Act 1 block card. It's literally, I think, the counterpart to Carnage, right? It's the card that is really good for the amount of energy in terms of what it does, and it's also ethereal. It's pretty good. And again, you're not upset if you transform into it, and it's fine. It's a shmeep shmop card. A shmeep shmop card, if you will. A bit of a shmeep, a bit of a shmop. Next up, we have Havoc. I think Havoc is D tier. I think there are a lot of times that you can take Havoc, or that you're not upset for having a Havoc, or, you know, but I think more often than not, Havoc is bad. It's not like when you transform into a Ghostly Armor or a Flex that you're like, oh, it's just a card. I play it sometimes. Havoc is actively detrimental to your deck because it makes you play things when you don't want to play them, and sometimes you feel desperate, and so you're like, fuck, I need to Havoc here, but it might play my feed, and then my feed on 100 HP target, and then it gets rid of my good shit, or it exhausts my blood for blood on turn 1, and then I don't have anything that's going to be able to deal damage. It can be synergistic with certain things, but there's just so many better ways to get off the things that you want to get off. In order to get off a demon form with a Havoc, you have to have drawn demon form, put it in your discard pile. Then I have to have a headbutt in my hand at the same time as my Havoc. Then I headbutt, and then I play Havoc. And now I've wasted 2 cards and 2 energy or 1 energy on playing poop from a butt. Hi, Tape. Thank you for the 88 months.
Can you do the winning?
I'm not going to be winning anything today except the hearts and minds of all of the people in this stream. Smile. So yeah, I do not find a lot of use for this card. I am mad when I see it all the time. Again, it's another one of those common cards that you're going to see a lot, and because common cards show up often, and you're just going to skip it. It's like a body slam. It's like a flex. You're just going to just click away, keep going. Yep, okay, not a card I can take. Whatever. Blah blah blah. It's just meh. It has some places where you can use it, but other than that, you're just annoyed. Headbutt. I think Headbutt is like the most tippity top of A tier that you can possibly get. It could possibly even be S tier, but I'm not going to put it in S tier because it is a common card that I'm rarely taking multiple of. Sometimes you take multiple of it early because you're just like, okay, I'm getting a lot of strike pluses, and I need to be able to deal enough damage with vulnerable and whatever. But I think that you could always fit a headbutt into your deck. I think you're always taking a headbutt. I think that headbutt is an extremely powerful effect, very similar to something like a hologram, where you just get to take something from your discard pile and you get to play it again very, very soon. It's obviously slightly worse than a hologram in the fact that it puts it in on the top of your draw pile, but there's a lot of things that you can do with that. So you can do it at the end of your turn to be able to set up for a better next turn. You can use it with Havoc. Oh my God. But yeah, I think Headbutt is useful from all points of the game. A lot of the times you have a key card in your deck, like Orange, or like Burning Pact, Bloodletting, Battle Trance. I'm just looking at that top bar where you want to play it every turn. Like it's a key card to be able to get off your shit. So being able to like set up for next turn, okay, I Battle Trance this turn, and then I'm going to Headbutt back to Battle Trance so I can have that same amount of power next turn. You just keep doing it over and over and over again. It's really, really solid for being able to do that sort of thing. Yeah, Headbutt's really solid. But I think just from the fact that I'm usually annoyed with seeing it later on in the game because I already have my Headbutt for the run and I don't want another Headbutt, I don't think it makes it into S tier. But really, 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 really good. Really, really solid. Heavy motherfucking Blade, dude. Heavy motherfucking Blade goes in a heavy motherfucking C tier to me. Honestly, maybe even D tier, but I've kind of been coming around to this card a little bit lately. Maybe I put it in D tier because of how little I take this card, but I think that I might... I gotta think for a second on this shit. I gotta think about this shit. Hold on, let me think on this shit. I'm putting it in D tier. And let me explain why I'm putting it in D tier. It doesn't fit into the bonk category, right? A bonk is not something that just deals a lot of damage. It's not a bonk. A bonk is something that deals a lot of damage for a significant amount of energy. And Heavy Blade does not always deal a significant amount of damage. So it is not always a bonk. It sometimes can deal bonk levels of damage, but so can a fucking strike, man. And so I would not be taking this card a lot of the time in Act 1 like my other bonky friends. And by the time that I would take a Heavy Blade, I feel like I've probably either one, already taken other cards that might synergize. We got Fiend Fire. Just cards in general, if you get enough strength, also can just work well, right? Like, I think Anger synergizes really well with a lot of strength gain. But also, you at a point, you get enough strength gain where you don't even need things that synergize with strength gain. Right? Like, you don't even really need a card that synergizes well with strength gain. By the time that you have 150 strength, by that time, you can take a 0-cost body slam. Chat's already told me. So yeah, I think I would put it in D tier. Sometimes it can be really strong. And I think that that's the beauty of Slay the Spire, is that every single card on this tier list is playable, is takeable. But anyways, next up, we got Hemokinesis. And I think Hemokinesis is the epitome of B tier, where early on in the game, oh my God, I love a Hemokinesis, man. I love a Hemokinesis. This shit is beautiful early on in the game. It has been buffed since this, I'm pretty sure, right? It's now just 2 damage flat all the time. And so it's not worse earlier on. So don't be looking at what it is on the screen. But, yeah, it's just a good bonk card. Yeah, it's 2 HP for 15 damage now. Yeah. So it's significantly better. Yo, Indie by default, thank you for the 34 months.
Here listening to an electrical safety training while watching you rate Clash S tier, safety violations abound.
Type shit. But yeah, it's an excellent Act 1, Act 2 card. I would rate it higher above these because I'm actively able to fit it into the rest of my deck. It continuously has synergies with a lot of other things like Blood for Blood. It will have synergies with the other things that a lot of the damage cards will have synergies with, like Runic Cube or like Centennial Puzzle. It is, I still think that's something that you can use significant points of damage later on into the game in order to be able to take down targets. Usually that HP loss is nominal if you have a successful scaled deck. So because of its low energy cost, I think it just remains a really, really strong card throughout the entirety of your run. Next up, we got Immolate, baby. I think chat really likes Immolate. If I had to guess, I'm not officially putting it in B tier, by the way. I'm just putting it out on the screen. I think chat really likes Immolate because every single time that I see Immolate on my screen in the game, chat always is like, wait, could you fit an Immolate here? Is it ever like an Immolate? Is it like kind of an Immolate option? Maybe? I don't know. I think also just because chat likes Arson is probably another one. A tier, maybe S. King Crusher, can you elaborate on that? Speak to that, King. Why would you say that Immolate is A tier, maybe S tier? Big AoE damage. All right. Okay. See, I don't think it's S tier. I think it's far from S tier. Because I think S tier cards are reserved for cards that like make your runs. And I don't think Immolate's making my runs by any chance. But I do agree that it's probably A tier. That I think that you can fit an Immolate into almost every single deck that you have. But the problem with Immolate is that you tend to not take it nearly as much because it's slotted up against cards that are making your deck, right? You've got your Corruptions, your Exhumes, your Feeds, your Fiendfires, your Barricades, even your Demon Forms, right? You'll see it slotted up against that after a boss fight. And it's like, okay, do I want something that makes my run go crazy mode? Or do I want a card that just does good shit and helps me get through the next couple of fights? And I think that if I see Immolate from a card reward that isn't a boss fight, fuck yeah, give me an Immolate. But I think you just don't take it in enough runs because you see it at a boss reward and you're just usually going to take other things. But I agree. It's an A tier card. It's really, really good. Also, chat, we have ads incoming in 20 seconds. If you don't want to see those ads, please consider subscribing. If you have a Prime sub, you can just check. There's a checkbox available, and I would love your Prime. I'd kiss you for a Prime. But I will be taking a break during the ad break, so don't worry, you won't miss anything before then, though. I'm going to real quick just put Impervious in S tier. I don't think we need to argue about that. That card's just kind of busted. I don't really know why it exists. It's kind of good. It's just kind of good. It's just kind of good. That's just good shit. It's just kind of good, man. I gave you my Prime, but I didn't give a kiss. Sorry. Or cool.
Oh, you
Thank you for the 2 months. All right. Chat, we got to yap during the ad break because I don't have to pee again. Oh, no. You're going to have to talk to me or whatever. How many cards do we have left? Damn, we're already 3.5 hours in the stream. This shit takes time, dude. This shit takes time, man. Is this going to be a video? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You snap pick Impervious like 9 times out of 10. Yeah. You can always take multiple Imperviouses. I don't think we need to justify why Impervious is an S tier. That shit's goated. I'm curious to see where you're going to rate Rupture. Good thing it's at an R, so you get to see it in a little bit, and I get to keep you here for that long. All right. Chat, it's an ad break. For not only the people that are watching the ads, but also for you at home. Kettlehead Popcorn is running the Frost Prime stream and keeping me fairly energized throughout the entirety of it. Couldn't do it without Kettlehead Popcorn. You can go to kettleheadpopcorn.com, use code Frost at checkout to get 10% off. My Kettlehead order just arrived. Time to try the garlic parm. If anybody right now has an unopened bag of Kettlehead that they have not tried, try it with me right now. I want to get your opinion right from the source. But I'm currently pooping. Too bad. Can you show a piece of it close to the camera? Yeah, it kind of looks like a brain. Kind of looks like the Martians from When Mars Attacks. How does one make popcorn that looks like that? So there's special kernels called mushroom kernels. It's just a type of corn that just makes all of the kernels be a very similar shape. Could you show it from far away? Tried Denver cheddar today. Good shit. And it's an advertisement for Colorado. Do you listen to a lot of music? I listen to a lot of Good Kid, Avenged Sevenfold, Volbeat, Rise Against, Baby No Money. All right, ads are over, chat. Time to run with it. Infernal Blade. At a random attack into your hand, it costs 0 this turn. Infernal Blade is an easy S tier. Infernal Blade, to me, is kind of poop from a butt. But I think that I also might be somebody that hates Infernal Blade more than it's actually terribly bad. Because whenever I transform into Infernal Blade, I'm never upset to have an Infernal Blade in my deck. But I never want to take an Infernal Blade over other cards because more cards tend to be good. Like, other cards tend to be better. And I never like, damn, right now I could really use it. Like, I need a damage card, and I'm going to entrust Infernal Blade to be that damage card. Like, very, very, very rarely do I feel like I'm ever in that spot. And so for that reason, I think I put it in D tier. Where it's like, if I get it forced into my deck, I'm not super upset about it. But I'm never really clicking Infernal Blade. I don't know. I'm never clicking it. Sorry, I had a kernel in my tooth. Yeah, I don't know. And half the time it just gives you like a fucking wild strike, and then you're like, wow, this is worse. This is terrible. Or it gives you like a fucking searing blow, and you're like, damn, this fucking sucks. Or it gives you a perfected strike, and you're like, ah, shit, it's late game, and now this does 6 damage. This kind of sucks. All right. Next up, Inflame. Infernal Blade again. Inflame. Gives you some strength, man. Gives me some goddamn strength. I think that you can't take Infernal Blade all the time, right? Or sorry, why am I still taking Infernal Blade? You can't take Inflame all the time. Because if I'm doing a bonk deck, right? If I'm bludgeoning, I'm carnaging, I'm blood for blooding. What the fuck do I care about 2 strength? What do I care if my bludgeon does 42 damage or 44 damage? What the fuck do I care if my blood for blood does 22 damage or 24 damage? Some would say that 22 damage is better. Some would say that. I could say that. But I do think that Inflame is such a good start to a run that I got to put it in A tier. If I see an Inflame early on, or if I haven't gone big bonk mode yet, and I see an Inflame show up, I'm like, damn, time to go crazy. But I do tend to think that it is hard to slot in more than one Infernal Blade. Or, sorry, Infernal Blade. Inflame! Okay, I need to get it out of the eyes. I need to get out of the eyes, man. I need to get out of the goddamn eyes. Yeah, I think it's honestly a lot of the times better than having a demon form. Having an Inflame feels better than having a demon form because of the immediate payoff. And because of how much energy it costs comparatively. Yeah. Okay. Next up. Intimidate. Chat seems to hate this card. That really seems to hate this card.
Gimme Barricade.
It's already on the list. It's already on the list. Chat, where would you guys put Intimidate? There's a lot more B tiers than I thought. A lot more B tiers. In a trash can? What the hell? It's arguably one of the cutest arts on the whole damn thing. They're cute. They're like, no, don't hurt me. I'm just a little slime. And you're like, oh, okay. And then you go down to give it a pet and it bites your arm off. Only source of weak. It is, yes, it is the Ironclad's only source of weak. It's There's no other sources of weak. So I think we could probably agree that Intimidate is better than Clothesline. It synergizes with a lot of Ironclad's best cards like Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain. Doesn't exactly synergize super well with Exhume. Does synergize with having a lot of draw in your deck, because when you draw a lot, you don't mind drawing and Intimidate. I think that Intimidate is C tier. Let me explain. I think it is extremely similar to Flex, where I'm not adding one to my deck unless it's upgraded. But I'm not upset if I transform into it. It probably just sits there and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's slightly better than Flex, because I think the weakening is far more valuable, especially later in the game when enemies are doing bigger damage. But I think it's a C tier weakened card. Because I think most cards that you see in Card Awards are just going to think are better. Or by the time that you start seeing it frequently because it's uncommon, you're like, I kind of already have my shit together. I don't really need to Intimidate. And honestly, I think that because it exhausts, it's so much weaker. I think its weakest part is that it exhausts. If this shit was 0 mana, apply weaken to all enemies, and it don't exhaust, it'd be one of the strongest cards in the fucking game. That's blind plus. And that shit's nasty. It's hard to get a blind plus, and I love a blind plus. That shit's super good. So yeah, honestly, it's one of those cards that sucks because it exhausts, but by the time you get all the exhaust synergies, you don't really care to have it, because by that time you're doing a lot more. You know? Huh.
I get Entrench is garbage by itself. But why not hire given it with Barricade?
So, Straw Hat Ash, you're doing a thing where you're coming in and you're asking a lot of questions. You're asking questions about things that we've gone over. I recommend you go back and watching those parts of the
almost
the
a year
content.
already.
Whenever think of the 10 months
for the amazing content.
I recommend you going back and watching. Just because we're getting a little cut for time right now, I think I'm not gonna be able to answer a lot of people's questions if I've already answered them earlier on. Just because we're cut for time. I have a meeting in 2 hours, and I know that we're probably gonna get through all of this, but I'd also like to do Lunky.
Fine. Just finish it.
You don't got to tell me to finish on National Stroke Day. Chat, we got Iron Wave. Iron Wave's a B tier card. I love seeing an Iron Wave early on in a run. If I'm gonna have to take a Strike Plus, Iron Wave's so good. What's my meeting? It's a meeting with Nandre and Dylan, the CEO of Kettlehead. We're pulling in Nandre into the Kettlehead train, baby. Nah. Yeah, I think Iron Wave is B tier. It's not as good as like Daesh on the Silent for sure. But I think it's all like I think in Act 1 you can almost always slot in one Iron Wave. The only problem is that it feels really bad the later on that you go into the game if it's not an Iron Wave plus.
Dash.
I didn't even pronounce the D. What the hell? But Iron Wave is insanely good in Act 1 versus the Act 1 elites. It gets worse as you get towards the boss. And then in Act 2, again, it performs really, really well in hallway fights, but kind of falls off in elite fights.
Dash.
But yeah, it not being upgraded and just being kind of worse than a strike in terms of damage, it's kind of mid later on in the game, and it feels a little bit bad. But yeah, I think Iron Wave is pretty good. Pretty good. Next up, we have another rare card, Juggernaut. Juggernaut, I think, might be one of the more overrated cards that the Ironclad has. And just judging by people coming out immediately and saying B or A tier, I think it's a C tier card. I think that it honestly, wait, is it D tier? I don't think it's D tier because too many times does it become a Juggernaut deck. And I think that it can be a synergy that you play around. But like, it feels terrible to take a Juggernaut early on in the game. if you transform into, you're like, okay, I'll try to make a Juggernaut work. But like half the time, I feel like you should just abandon the Juggernaut line and just move on. A lot of times it can feel win more. Like you already have a lot of stuff going on. And then Juggernaut just kind of fits in and allows you to do more faster. It relies on so many synergies. And it costs so much to get in play. It's very similar to like 1,000 Cuts on the Silent. I think it's a little bit better than 1,000 Cuts on the Silent. But it's very similar to 1,000 Cuts in both the cost and that being like difficult to get into play and then also synergize with that turn. And then by the time that 1,000 Cuts might be really good for your deck, you're probably just doing plenty of other things. And so I think that the usefulness of Juggernaut is so slim. But when it works, man, when it works, when you got the fucking feel no pain, double damage on every single fucking card, ooh, it's good, man. Ooh, it goes crazy. So I think I'd put it like middle of the pack in C tier. Personally. Limit Break. Now, if we want to talk about overrated cards, I think if I didn't say anything right now, a lot of people would be putting this shit in S tier. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I think this thing is the bottom of B tier. I think it's the very, very, very bottom of B tier. It honestly might be the top of C tier. Yeah, I'm putting it in the top of C tier. I think it's a C+ card. I think it's the top of C tier. Because if you get it early or you see it early, you're like, fuck, I shouldn't pass up a fucking limit break, man. Right? Because like, if I do get strength, it's more strength. And that's awesome. But if I get an inflame, you know what is also more strength? A second inflame. So like, until you get some sort of significant number that makes the limit break go crazy mode, it doesn't even go crazy. Unupgraded it's C tier, upgraded it's B or A. See, here's the thing. I fucking disagree with that heavy. I think that if you have like 8 strength in a fight, that's like the most amount of strength that you really need to go crazy mode. Like past that, unless you don't have cards that scale with strength, unless you don't have like pummels and sword boomerangs and things like that, like you really only need to play limit break one time for it to be really good in most decks. So I don't think it necessarily gets that much better when you can play it multiple times in a fight. Sometimes it is. Sometimes. But then after you play it like 2 or 3 times, it's then fucking pointless. When you have 50 fucking strength, why do I need 100? Why do I need 200? It then just becomes a card that's just in your deck because bigger number, better person. That's true. But you get what I'm saying, right? Where it's like, it just becomes, it either is only needed to be played once or it's getting played too much. Like it fits into this really weird spot, but it's extremely powerful for what it does. But it requires setup. And if you don't get the setup in terms of the cards actually added to your deck, it can feel terrible. And then if you do have it, and then you draw it before the cards that give you strength, it feels terrible. God forbid you have it with a flex, and then it feels even more terrible. Or sometimes you get in a fight where, oh, this turn I need to play my Impervious, and so I can't get off my Strength card because I drew it on the same turn and I need to play this other thing. So then you fucking cycle your entire deck, and for 2 cycles, this limit break is just doing fucking nothing. So yeah, I think limit break is highly overrated. All right, next up, Metallicize. We talked earlier about how at the beginning of this run,
when we talked about blood for blood, all the way back in the Bs, we're all the way down to the Ms now, that the game just does chip damage to you a lot early on in the game. The game is built like that. Cultist does 6 damage, then 11 damage, then 16 damage, right? It's right above your block point. The Jawworm does 12 damage on turn 1. The fucking Slavers deal 13 damage or 14 damage or 8 damage. You know, it's above the block point where it sometimes doesn't feel good enough to play another block card because you can trade it for damage. And that's where Metallicize can come in. I think Metallicize can fit in early game to just keep you a little bit healthier than you would have originally thought, but it adds up over the course of the entirety of the run. And I wish that there was a mod that would track how much damage just specifically Metallicize blocked. And maybe there is, and maybe one of those stats mods does, and I don't even fucking know, but I want to know just how much did this one specific Metallicize block? Because it's really fucking good in the early to mid game. And then obviously the later in the game that it goes. But usually in the later in the game, you can deal with having one card that gives you 4 block a turn. It's not the worst thing in the world later on in the game. And it's also a power, so once you play it, it's gone. But it can be obviously bad against like Awaken one, etc. But it's fantastic. Oh yeah, also copying Metallicize with dual wield could be a fun little goofy combo, but I don't think it oftentimes goes super crazy mode because it takes a little bit long. Would Metallicize Plus be better if it costed 0 instead of blocking for 4? No, I don't think so actually. But yeah, I think Metallicize is better than a lot of people think in the early to mid game. But I also think that you oftentimes are going to be taking other things over it because because a lot of the early game is damage racing. So I feel like you don't take it nearly as often as possible because you're worried that, oh, I need a damage card now, and it's Metallicize or my damage card. And in the next 2 combats, I might not get another damage card. And so I should take the damage card now. Yeah. Anyways, offerings S tier, we know that. This card is insane. This card is bonkers. You always can have like 3 offerings in your deck and just fucking rinse your entire HP. It is great. Offering is amazing. All right. Perfected Strike. Do we really need to argue that Perfected Strike belongs in fucking D tier, man? Do we really need to argue that? Like, again, you can take it in Act 1. You can take it in Act 1 if you need damage. It's not even a card that you're like Carnage or Bludgeon that you're like, oh, that's a damage card. That's pretty good. I'm going to take it in Act 1. Pretty good. No, Perfected Strike, you're like... Fine, I will take a Perfected Strike in order to be able to deal with the elite that I'm forced to take on floor 6. And then the next floor, you see another Perfected Strike, and you're like, fuck! I will take a second Perfected Strike because now it's a little bit better. And that is where Perfected Strike fits in. That's where Perfected Strike goes. Let it be known that I think that it is the ultimate bottom of D tier. I think that it is the most bottom of D tier that you can ever get. It is D for dump, as in poop. But I think you take it enough that it's useful. All right. Pommel Strike. Pommel Strike is an S tier card, and I might have to move my camera for the next few cards because there's some other S tiers coming. Pommel Strike is an S tier card. It is potentially the only, because I can't think of every single card at the same time, the only card that upgrades the number of cards that it draws along with another positive thing. And there's going to be a lot of actuallys going on in this chat right now that I've argued with many times in the past. But the fact that it upgrades not only the number of cards that it draws, but also the damage it's small. It's very, very small. But with vulnerable, it matters. And just the fact that it does is insane. And obviously, it's really easy to generate infinites with it, but it's also a fucking common card. It's literally the exact. It's very sim. It's not exactly, but it's very similar to Cool Headed for me on the defect, where it just feels like you could just keep taking them, and you want them all upgraded. They're much better upgraded, but I'm just gonna keep fucking taking them, especially if they're upgraded. They're just good. You can have 3, 4 pommel strikes in almost every single Ironclad deck that you have. There's always room for another pommel strike, man. And then in late game, you see them upgraded more often. Pommel strikes, man. Pommel strikes are fucking good. They're fucking good. And it increases the damage of your perfected strike. That's true. All right, Chad, time to move myself down a little bit. Oops, something else. I'm going to need more spots in my S tier. Power Through. This is a card that I used to think was pretty bad, but I now think is like the tippity top of A tier. I think it is the tippity top of A tier, only because I think it's really awkward to put more than one into a deck. But I think almost every single deck can have one. But I think more than one is really difficult. And I don't even think you need a lot of synergy in order to be able to play a Power Through super effectively. Because Power Through, what it does is it helps you get through your hallway fights. The hallway fights that we've discussed last on average in Act 1 and 2 around 5 turns maximum. Most Act 1 hallway fights are maximum 5 turns. And so you're very rarely going to reshuffle your deck and have those wounds matter on average in your runs. And obviously the Ironclad has a lot of things to be able to deal with the added statuses. And the fact that they're added into your hand is honestly better. It synergizes with so many things. It helps you exhaust them easier. It's just good. And it's so much block that it's even good in boss fights. It's so much block that it is even good in boss fights. Yeah, it's really, really solid. So, Power Through, the tippity top of A tier. Just not S, because I think it's hard to slot 2 into every deck. Some decks can add 2. Decent amount of decks can add 2. But I think it's hard to slot more than 1 into a deck. All right, Pummel. We're in the P's. We're deep into the P's now. After our Pommels and Powers and Pummels now. Pummel is obviously an incredible card when you get all of your synergizing stuff going on, right? If you have a lot of strength, Pummel's fucking incredible. If you have a lot of exhaust synergies, Pummel's fucking incredible. But if you have nothing, God, does Pummel fucking suck, man. When you get weakened and it says, hey, do you want to deal 1 times 4? Do you know how embarrassing it is to deal 1 times 4, bro? That shit sucks, man. So I think because of how bad it is, when it's bad, I think it belongs in C tier. These cards are all just useful, right? They're useful all the time. This shit is not useful all the time, man. So I got to put it in C tier because it needs help. It needs help to get to where it needs to be. It needs help. All right, next up, Rage. And I think this one is confusing to me. I don't think you can really ever have more than 1 Rage in a deck. A lot of times it feels really hard to have more than 1 Rage. Because then when you have more than 1 Rage, you're playing less attacks. And less attacks means less Rage. But you know what Rage goes really well with? Pommel Strike. But I think a lot of times one Rage Plus can be the difference fucking maker in your deck. I think one Rage Plus can go fucking crazy mode. And I think I'm taking it more often than every single card here. So I think it goes in the middle of the pack in C tier, kind of in like the Flex and Intimidate slot, where if it shows up and it's pre-upgraded in Act 2, I'm like, oh shit, a Rage Plus. You know? It just slots right in comfortably. I transform into a Rage Minus. I'm like, all right, it works. It's chilling. We're doing aight. It's whatever. That's kind of where I'm thinking about with Rage. Rampage! Chad, I want to know your opinions on Rampage. Talk some shit. Tell Rampage that it sucks or that it's the greatest thing you've ever seen in your life. I wish it was better. Damn. I want it to be really good. Most underrated card ever. Why would you say, Rose asked, that it's the most underrated card ever? Why would you say that? It can actually deal with a good amount of fights, but people don't pick it. So, Rage, I think, is good in one spot. Killing the Act 1 boss, usually if it's not Slime Boss. Because Slime Boss adds way too many statuses to your deck. But then by the time you get to the Act 2 boss, unless you're playing specifically around Rampage, which I don't think you should be most of the time, your deck is too big and doesn't cycle well enough. And if it does cycle better, you probably just have better things to do with it. Sorry, Rampage. Did I say Rage? Rampage. And it's just a worse pressure point sometimes if you don't have a significant amount of vulnerable. Because it scales much faster if you have vulnerable, obviously. But it's also just pressure points, but it's only on this one card. Dude, I could take 17 Rampages, but they don't scale each other. What the hell is that, man? So I think that it belongs at the top of D tier. I think it belongs at the top of D tier that I'm like, it's a Strike Plus that, again, if I don't see another Strike Plus and it's a pick between Perfected Strikeage and I need to kill an Elite, yeah, I'm going to take a Rampage. It's cool. It'll get me through Act 1. But, like, I'm not excited about it. Wait, they don't scale each other? No, they don't, man. Kind of poop from a butt. But yeah, that's where I'd put Rampage. I think that it just doesn't do enough. We started playing and watching your content. This is going to be so helpful. Yo, Mr. Mood 2000, much love, man. Much love. Yeah, I think Rampage, it can be a good take early, but the later on in the game, you're never taking a Rampage in Act 3. Like, unless you're like hyper. I think I've taken Rampage a singular time in Act 3, and I think it was like a big highlight YouTube video. In all, like 4,000 hours of playing the game, I've only taken a Rampage in Act 3 a single time. That's a butt card, man. Butt card. Reaper's S tier. I don't think we need to talk about that. Do we need to talk about that? Any talkers? Cool. Awesome. Kind of meh without shock or without anything. No, I don't think it's meh without anything. I think it's pretty good without anything. I think it can get you through Act 1 just alone by itself, just because you can heal up so much against the mass AoE fights. And then usually by Act 2, you should have some sort of some sort of synergy with it, whether or not it's like you have a lot of energy, so you can just play it easily. You have Snecko, so you can play it easily. You have dual wield, so you can make a lot of copies. You have strength gain. You have vulnerable. You have anti-weakening. You have a lot of stall. You have something. You should have something to be able to synergize with it, usually in Act 2. If you don't, then your deck's probably going to flounder without it, and so it doesn't matter whether you have it or not. Anyways. Reckless Charge. Reckless Charge, I think, is a really, really interesting card because I think it's very similar comparison to something like Wild Strike. But I think Reckless Charge is like an Anger Minus, where they kind of are fitting into the same thing in Act 1, where you're taking a 0-cost card that just helps you deal with the enemies. And I think that by the time that your deck matures enough, you don't mind adding a Daze into your deck, but at the same time, you do mind adding a Daze into your deck. I think I would put Reckless Charge at like the most bottom of B tier possible. The most bottom. Like I take Reckless Charge a lot of times in Act 1, or if you have some sort of synergy with statuses in Act 2, you can take it a lot. I've had a lot of infinites with Reckless Charge. I think you can go infinite a lot of times with Reckless Charge. Medkit it synergizes with. Feel No Pain, Dark Embrace, it doesn't feel terrible with, because even with a Feel No Pain, it at least you draw a status and for free gives you 4 block. Not the worst thing that I've ever seen in my life. But I don't think it's similar to like Iron Wave, Hemo. You're not taking a lot in Act 2. Cleave, you're not taking a lot in Act 2. But Act 1, you're happy to see it. You're adding it to your deck. Maybe you're going to dual wield it in a clutch spot in order to get a bunch of 0-cost attacks. You know? It's chilling. Rupture. I'm sorry, Rupture enjoyers. D for Desperation. I like the way that Mobius said that. I'd say D for Desperation. Yes. It is borderline F tier in my opinion. But I love this card. I really like this card. But it takes so much to set up. And I think it's better. Here's the thing. I think that it is terrible with things like Combust and Brutality. And I think it is better with things like Bloodletting and Offering. Because these cards are already good on their own and can stack up on their own versus taking a poop card with some other meh poop cards. Just because they're consistent doesn't mean that automatically makes it good. Because it's 2 cards that are taking up draw, that I'm having to draw these 2 cards, play these 2 cards instead of my block stuff, and instead of my damage stuff. It's taking up all this real estate in my hand and in my deck. And then I have to wait until the next turn to be able to deal with it. And then it's less than the demon forms, and it's just fart. But if you have stuff like Bloodletting and Offering, then again, you can even get the strength the turn that you play it. Right? Like, there's plenty of like Runic Cube decks with have multiple Bloodlettings, multiple Offerings. I love a Rupture there, man. Because then it synergizes with something like a Reaper so I can maintain my HP. It's really solid. Yeah. Searing Blow. That's an F tier card, man. That shit is the worst shit I've ever seen, but it's such a fun mechanic. And when the one time that you can get it off, again, I've played like 4,000 hours of this game, and I've gotten it off maybe 5 times successfully. And those 5 times are so fucking fun, man. Those 5 times are so fun. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. All right, next up, Second Wind. Second Wind is an S tier card. Second Wind is so goddamn good. The amount of block that you get for 1 cost, even early in the game, is insane. So it allows you to use your energy early on to do more damage, right? Whereas normally, if I'm going up against the Jawworm, I have to play Defend Strike on turn 1. Now, I can play Second Wind, Strike, Strike. Much better. Like, that's the value of that, being able to do that multiple number of times over the course of an entire act early on in the game saves you so much HP because enemies like to scale in Act 1. It saves you HP. It makes your deck more efficient. You then get to cycle into your higher damage cards. So in those later turns when you're like, oh, I need to draw 3 strikes this turn to be able to deal with Jawworm, when he's going to be dealing 17 damage to me next turn, and you draw Defend and 2 strikes and then like some other poop butt, and you can't deal with them, and so you have to take 12 damage. Well, guess what? Second Wind is going to make it easier for you to be able to get off your 18 damage that turn, right? Because you're going to cycle your small deck into less defends again. Like, it's just, it does so much. And then obviously later in the game, you get more statuses, you have more cards. It just does more. You get more draw, you get more synergies. It just pops the fuck off. I love Second Wind. I think that it is hard to take 2. It's better. Taking 2 Second Winds can get a little bit meh. I take 2 a decent amount of times because eventually you get a really thick deck when you like a lot of exhaust synergies. You get a really thick deck, right? So that you can have a lot of cards to fucking churn and go crazy with. And so then a Second Wind, a second wind to be able to do your cycling faster can be fine. Can be great. Take 2 and then one inevitably kills each other. Yeah, they fight each other. All right. Next up, Seeing Red. Seeing motherfucking red. Seeing Red, 1 energy, gain 1, net 1 energy. It feels kind of bad when you just take it early on and it's just +1 energy. But also early on in the game, if you draw a hand of 5 cards, one of them is Seeing Red, and it's 1 energy, you're then going to 4 energy, and you likely have 4 energy left of cards now in your hand with those last 4 cards. So it can net you 1 card additional the turn that you draw it and play it. Right? And then I think in almost every single deck, you can slot in eventually a Seeing Red. Because eventually you're going to get a lot of draw. Okay, I want a Seeing Red. I get Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain stuff. Okay, I want a Seeing Red. I have Runic Pyramid. Okay, I want a Seeing Red. Even with Snecko, not terrible to have a Seeing Red. You get Corruption? Yeah, of course I'd love a Seeing Red. So I think that Seeing Red is actually A tier. Because you almost always at some point in the game put in 1 Seeing Red. And then in a lot of decks, I don't mind 2, 3, 4 Seeing Reds, man. I would not care if there were more Seeing Reds in my life. Jizz Blizzard, thank you so much for the 2 months. Jizz Blizzard, really appreciate that. We're doing some serious content today. Jizz Blizzard, welcome in. Appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Jizz Blizzard. I think Seeing Red's an A tier card, in my opinion. I think Seeing Red is, again, you're almost always, I think A tier is like for like, in terms of cards that I will almost always add 1 to, I think I can almost always add a Seeing Red to the deck. Maybe this is an incorrect take. This could be, maybe this is the most common one going to be appearing in the YouTube comments. Tell me that I'm stupid as hell. And I agreed with every single one of your takes, but what you did to Seeing Red, that shit, it deserves it's getting too much love. But either way, that's my take. Next up, we have Sentinel. Sentinel. I think Sentinel is like the most C-tier card I've ever seen in my entire life. Once you get exhaust synergy going, Sentinel's amazing. I have a Burning Pact in my deck and a good amount of cycle. Burning Pact's amazing. I got Dark Embrace shit. I got Burning Pact's amazing. True Grip Plus, Seeing Red, Sentinel's amazing. I got Corruption, Sentinel's amazing. But do I ever want to see this fucking card until I have that engine running? No, I don't want to ever see this stupid ass shit. I transform a Defend and I get a Sentinel. What the hell did I just do, man? I transformed the fucking Defend into a fucking Defend. What the hell is that? So yeah, I don't think Sentinel's that good. It's kind of schmeep schmop. But then later in the game, I don't mind having 1 Sentinel. I don't mind having 2 Sentinels. Probably not 3, but they're really good later in the game. Next up, Sever Soul. Sever Soul, I also think is a C tier card because again, I'm excited to see it early on. If I get a Sever Soul in Act 1, I'm probably and again, it's there's not a better card available. I'd put it in the Carnage or Bludgeon tier, where I'm going to take a Sever Soul in order to be able to deal good damage early on, accompanied with a little bit of vulnerable. And also, it's really good in Act 1 versus a lot of elites, so that you can delete a lot of the skills in your deck and then redraw into attacks, and you can damage race them faster, especially things like Gremlin Knob. Not terrible into Lagavulin either. Not terrible into Tri-Sentries if you have any sort of synergies with any sort of exhaust. It's not the greatest thing in the game later in the game, but you'll still probably play it a significant number of times later on in the run as well. Good against Hexaghost Burns. Yeah, it's good against a lot of shit. It's good against the Act 1 bosses. It's good in Act... It's just good. Yeah, it's good. But I never want more than 1, usually. I'm never going to choose it over a good card, usually. I'm not going to usually take it in Act 2, usually. But it can be good. Shockwave. Shockwave, I would put at an A tier card, and I would put it towards the top of A tier. Because again, you're almost always taking a Shockwave, but I'm almost never taking a second Shockwave. You know? I'm not really taking a second Shockwave. It's good. It's amazing. It's a snap pick a lot of the time. And I love calling it Shockwave. And I just picture Shaq in his big self, waving at me from the sidelines as I'm playing my run. It's good. Shrug It Off. Shrug It Off is like the most A-tier card that I could ever think of. You're taking a shrug. You're taking multiple shrugs. But we can agree that it's not doing enough every single time that you're taking it, that I care about putting it in S tier. It's amazing when you get Corruption. You can take an infinite number of shrugs. Because once you play Corruption, you got an infinite number of block. It's pretty meh. But I'm going to take a number of them. I think it's better than something like Cleave that's down in B tier, just because I'm not upset if by the end of my run I have 4 or 5 shrugs. It's fine. It's okay. It's whatever. Next up, we have Spot Weakness. Spot Weakness gives you 1 more attack than an Inflame in their respective forms. But the main downside of Spot Weakness is 2 downsides, actually. 1, it's going to cycle back into your deck. But 2, you have to play it on the right fucking turn.
4 or 5 shrugs? What about 6, 7 shrugs?
Shut up.
Peepo shrug.
But you have to draw it on the right fucking turn. And it can feel really bad to draw it on that right turn. And I think a lot of the time you don't take Spot Weakness based on what your deck is doing. You take Spot Weakness versus what boss you're going to fight. If you're going to fight Slime Boss, you're like, damn, I'm not going to take a Spot Weakness. But if you're fighting Hexaghost or Guardian, you take a fucking Spot Weakness. And then it fucking slams and it kills and it's awesome. And then I think it's really good the later on in the game that it goes. It gets easier to play, and it can be set up for what your deck can do. So I think that it's a solid B tier card. I put it at very solid B tier. It's an upgrade target a lot of the times as well. Going to 4 strength is insanely good. But it's not guaranteed. And again, a lot of the time, it coming back too often or on the wrong turn can be bad. So it cycling can be a negative. Because in most fights early on in the game, you don't need more than like 4 or 8 strength. And instead, you might need a block card on a turn or 2. So, like, sometimes it can be bad to come back around. It does have interesting synergies with things like Runic Dome. Chat is pointing out, yes,
It does have interesting synergies with things like Runic Dome, but yeah, it's pretty meh, but also pretty good. But you usually don't need to get it off more than 1 or 2 times in a fight, and then it can kind of just become a little bit heavy in the deck. But if you have something like Corruption, it's excellent. It's amazing. Strike, F tier. That shit sucks. You want to get rid of them? Yes. Sword Boomerang. This is a card that I used to give a glowing review to. It's a better Heavy Blade, right? In a way, because it's 1 mana and deal big multi-attack. But the randomness of it really fucking sucks. And it really feels bad when you're weakened. So I would put this card at like the ultra bottom of C tier. Like the ultra bottom of C tier. I'm not super excited to take it in Act 1. I'll take it if I have to. I'd rather take big bonks over it in Act 1. And then by the time that I have strength gaining, then I'm like, okay, I'll take a Sword Boomerang. That's good. It's good if I have the strength already. But I would take it after the strength, which is why I would rank it less than the bonk cards. It's really bad in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with you. But I think that it's better than Perfected Strike and Rampage and Clothesline. I think that they're kind of in a league of their own. Whereas Sword Boomerang can actually win you runs way more often than the rest of them. You know? Chat, we got ads. We got our last ad break of the tier list. We're going to take our final 2.5 minute break. My voice hurts, man. My voice fucking hurts, man. Drink some water. Oh, I've drank so much water, but I'm losing my damn voice. He has yap-itis. Yeah, where's my damn TTS that allows me to not talk for most of the stream? Why isn't my chat being funnier? What the hell is this? Hardy Boy's growling in his sleep. He's angry. He's angry at you. Does YouTube Premium pay you when I watch live streams? Yeah, your YouTube Premium is usually about worth 10x an ad viewer. Currently eating the green chili kettlehead. Thanks for putting me onto it. Shit's good, dude.
Hi, Real Frost Prime here. I unironically think Clash is S and everything else is F. That's all you need to know.
Why does
Okay,
it
bye.
sound like I'm talking with like gauze in my mouth right there. What the hell? Is that me after straining my voice for 4 hours? New challenge. Win by only taking B tier or lower cards. Okay, there's no block cards down there. There's no way to block down there, man. There's a lot of good ways to deal damage. But there's not a lot of block cards down there, dude. Because block cards tend to be pretty good. Hello, Mr. Streamer. Have you heard of Albino? He's also a streamer, plays Slay the Spire, and it would be great to see you playing together. Yeah, the main reason I don't do content with Albino is because I don't agree with his use of ableist slurs and edgy jokes. It's not any drama or anything.
Back for my monthly
Ballerina,
notice
thank
that
you
I
for
am
61
still
months.
in fact lurking.
He just crosses a line that I don't want to associate with. Only A and S tier would be pretty fun. Ooh. You're only allowed to take A or S tier cards. Do I have to put strike in S tier in order to be able to take it? What does ableist mean? Ableist is language that puts down people that are disabled. All right, ads are over in 20 seconds, and then we can clock this shit the fuck out, man. We ever play together in the Spire with someone? I think it could be fun. I'm going to be doing some content soon with
use that Prime sub.
Ots Darvo, where he plays as chat and Slay the Streamer, which I think is going to be really fun. General McDerpson, thank you for the 28 months. All right, chat, ads are over. I am back.
When is that Junebug collab happening?
Whenever June wants, man. Whenever June wants. In June, maybe. I don't know. All right. Thunderclap. I think Thunderclap is in a very similar place to these type of cards, where they're like pretty good to take early on. They're pretty good to take in the mid game as well. They're also a good source of AoE, good source of vulnerable, good source of artifact stripping. It's pretty good. I could take a Thunderclap in most decks. And I would take them early on over a lot of these cards, which is, I think, where this kind of lands, right? If I have a card award and it's early on, first card award, and it's Cleave versus Sword Boomerang or Cleave versus Dropkick, I'm probably going to take a Cleave or a Sword Boomerang. Maybe I take a Carnage over a Cleave early on because I could see a Cleave more often. But if I'm comparing them, you know, it's Thunderclap, I'm taking more than a Sword Boomerang. Thunderclap, I'm taking more than a Dropkick, you know? I'm taking more than a Pummel early on. So, yeah, it synergizes with a lot. I think it just works really well. Next up, True Grit. This card, if it is upgraded, is borderline S tier, if not. Unupgraded, though, it is straight poop from asshole fuck. It is so goddamn bad that I would actually put it towards the bottom of B tier. I would put this shit from the bottom of B tier. It is the most upgrade necessary card that the Ironclad has, and it is... Hardy Boy's going crazy in his stream, man. It is like detrimental to your deck half the time. Like, it is Havoc level when it's unupgraded, and then when it's upgraded, it's like borderline S tier, so I got to put it straight in the middle. I could understand if you wanted to put it at the top of C, because a lot of times you can't take it early on, but I just think with how good it is when it's upgraded, I just love it. Tilted Pete, thank you for the 4 months.
Start digging in your butt, Twin.
True. Twin Strike. Twin Strike I'd also put in B tier, because again, I just think it's better than the rest of these. And then as the game goes on too, it's better as well as it scales with strength. I could understand you also putting it in C tier because it just is a damage card. But in terms of the frequency of me taking it, I think it's really fucking good. As a damage source to take early on that can then turn into something better if your deck can go that way. And it does really well with a lot of relics that scale with strength and things like that. And yeah, it also scales with strike dummy. So pretty good. Rounding out the some of the uncommon cards, Uppercut, I think is A tier. Uppercut is a card that I'm almost always going to take one of in a deck if I don't have a Shockwave. I think it's like, you're like either or. It's whatever one I find first I'm taking. I prefer a Shockwave over an Uppercut, but if I find an Uppercut early, I'm going to take an Uppercut early. You know? I can play Uppercut more times, but it has to be targeted on an individual. I can only play Shockwave once, but it hits everybody. It's really fucking good. Uppercut is only good with an upgrade. No. Wrong. It's much better than upgrade. I think it's significantly better with an upgrade. It does need an upgrade, but I think it's still really good without an upgrade. I think it's still significantly good without an upgrade. Warcry. Warcry is kind of a card that I just don't understand why it fucking exists. Why is Clothesline so much worse than Uppercut? Yeah, that's something that we really didn't touch on in Econ. I'll answer this one question for you since it's your first time chatting. I think that Clothesline feels really bad to take because of the fact that it doesn't do both, and because of the fact that you already have so many forms of weakening for the Ironclad. Like, the Ironclad has so much weakening in his kit from Uppercut, from Shockwave, from Champ Belt, from Intimidate, from so many different things. And also the Ironclad is naturally a character that does a good job of blocking, that he oftentimes doesn't even need weaken, or he can
use his health bar as a resource that he doesn't need weaken, that it feels really weird to take something like a clothesline. And I tend to only take clothesline super early on in a run, and I would rather take a lot of other cards over it. But yeah, the double artifact strip is way better, and the vulnerable edition is just insane. In terms of what another thing is like, what would I rather play twice if I had like a double tap or like I had a Necronomicon? You'd rather play an uppercut. It scales with itself versus clothesline doesn't even scale itself. It's like a clothesline and a bash at the same time. Yeah. Both of these cards are 1/2 of uppercut. The damage doesn't always matter, you know? The damage number of what the card does doesn't always matter. And both of these cards are only doing 1/2 of what this card does. That's pretty goofy. Okay. Warcry. Warcry's a weird card. Because, like, it's the same thing with, like, Brutality. Where it's like, if I didn't have Warcry in my deck, I would just draw the card that Warcry would draw if I didn't have Warcry in it. Like, I would just draw the card that Warcry would have given me. But then it, like, has synergies with, like, Dark Embrace and Feel No Pain. Warcry Plus is really, really strong. It's net positive. Again, it synergizes with all the exhaust stuff. But there are a lot of enemies in the game that punish you for playing cards. You know, you have things like the Chosen or Time Eater or the Heart that don't want you to play a significant number of cards if you don't have significant synergies with them. So I think that Warcry is like pretty C tier to me, where if you take it without synergies, it just is nothing. Like, it's literally nothing. It's quite literally nothing. It could do a little bit to manipulate, you know, if I want to play a card next turn, or I want to play a card whenever, or I want to havoc a card, or, you know, I want to, you know, put a burn on the top of my draw pile and then draw a card so that I draw 2 cards with Evolve. Wow. Like, it's just meh. It's the definition of, it's not meh, but it's not useless. So I can't say that it's, I don't know. You could put it in D tier, but I think it's just because it synergizes so well with the goodest cards in the game that I would, yeah, I would say that it's C tier. Whirlwind. Whirlwind is definitely one of the better cards for the Ironclad in terms of AoE. I think that it could potentially be better than Immolate in terms of AoE. The main reason why I think that it might be B tier to me is because it deals less damage than a Strike originally. So it feels weird. You have to upgrade it for it to be a really solid card. But I think that you can easily revolve a deck around it. It scales with strength really efficiently. It can deal with your Reptomancer fights. It can deal with all of your AoE type stuff. The Ironclad obviously has really good manipulation of energy by getting rid of his necessity to use energy, by using other tools in order to get energy, right? He's really fucking good at that. But you're never wanting more than one in the deck, obviously, unless you have Chemex or something like that. But like, it's okay. It's fun to take early. I do love to see a Whirlwind early on when you have less upgrade debt. But by the time you find it later in the game and you have more upgrade debt, it feels harder and harder to upgrade. But it's good. I think like C tier and above are cards that you regularly have in your deck. So I would put it in the high B tier. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. And then Wild Strike, the last card in the deck. If Japanese Export is still here, they're putting it in the bottom of F tier. They fucking hate this cards. But I'd put it low in D tier. I'd put it at the very, 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 very bottom of D tier. It sucks. Getting a wound added to your deck really fucking sucks. Putting it in your draw pile especially really fucking sucks. But do you take one in Act 1 to be able to deal a significant amount of damage because you can always play with your bash? Sure. But then it just kind of sits, and it's in the desperation tier. Yeah, I'd put it in the desperation tier. So, yeah, it's not something that you're ever taking late game either. To if you like have any sort of status synergies, you're never like, oh, it's Act 3. Let me take a Wild Strike so that I can do my evolved combos better. Like It's just not necessary. Reckless Charge does everything that a Wild Strike would do, but 2 tiers better. You know? It's just way better. So, either way. That's the official tier list! If you're watching this on YouTube, tell me in the comments what you would do differently, where you would have put something else. I'm sure you've already done it. If you're on Twitch chat right now, I guess you can ask something. My voice hurts and I want to play Lunky. Potion tier list? Fuck that shit. But if you guys want to see me revamp the silence, I'm super down to do it. I'm super down to revamp the other classes as well. I should have taken a screenshot of that. Probably should take a screenshot from the VOD. Oops. I just Control-Shift-T. Does it open it up? It does. All right, a screenshot real quick. Okay. All right. Time for me to not talk as much so I can go play Lunky. That was actually a really base tier list. I'm not going to lie. Thanks, dude. Oh. Chad, we got like 30 solid. No, we have like an hour. We have like a solid hour before I have to leave at a hard hour.
Hug you colors rank.
Are you asking me to rank the relics in their mod, or are you asking me to rank them as a person?
Speaking of Lunky, I have another classic Lunky update.
Okay.
After months I beat my 7 to 43 PB. I only got to 7 to 50, but since then I have gotten into the 40s several times again, so that's sick.
That's nice. Ranking every pack master card. So I just don't think you can do a ranking until you've played like at least 500 hours on a character. Oh shit, I didn't use that rope. It's okay, it's not the daily. The dwelling's all the way over there? Why are we gatekeeping hours played to being able to make a tier list? Because I'm the greatest player that's ever played this game, and I say so. Next question. Zechnar would have put Clash in S. Is that not exactly what I did? So me and Zechnar are the same, you're saying? Okay. Time for the daily. Just gonna text. August just texted me and said, I stabbed myself with ketamine.
Nice. Good shit, man. Yeah, Waka's doing drugs, man. That's not good. No, it's fine. She works at a hospital. She works at an animal hospital, so they use a lot of ketamine. It's pretty normal to eventually stab yourself with drugs on accident. Pretty normal in the field. She just said her finger went numb. She'll be all right. She didn't inject herself with a human dose of ketamine and is now crazy high. She injected herself with the amount of ketamine that would probably be sufficient for like a bird or like, because you got to remember she works with exotic animals, right? So like she poked herself with a syringe that probably had that much ketamine in it and then just poked and didn't even inject. She's fine. But I think it's funny. And we could all type Omegalol. Okay, I definitely want to get that jetty if I can. Looking like a jetty run for sure. Okay, I just need a little bit of money. A couple of dollars for sure.
When will August do an accidental drug injection tier list?
True. We need the list, man. Release the list. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying that. One in the chat, if you agree with me when I say release the list. Okay, is it ever a jungle route now? You ever go jungle here, you think? I think it could be a jungle action. Nice. Take my 2 turkeys. What does the jungle get you? Just doesn't get you Vlad's cape. But if I have a jetpack, I don't necessarily need Vlad's cape. And it gives you the black market instead, which just gives you a lot of items. Since I didn't get a significant amount of items there, it might be useful. Dude, I'm strong as hell. I can carry 2 full-size turkeys and a jetpack on my back. Never once question how strong I am. Okay, if that shop down there has climbing gloves and jump shoes, then I might be convinced to still go Volcano. Because that shit's just nasty. Let's see what we got over here. Kind of looking like poop from a butt. I'll say it. Excuse you? What the hell? Is this Spelunky? Spelunky 2, specifically, but yes. Oh, that was such a good toss. Can I get a bing bong in chat, please? Also, like I said, I'm loving this ketamine update. Do you want to do some therapy? You should come home and we should have ketamine sex. See how it feels. Okay. I could take one of these turkeys, maybe. Or I could just use a bomb to blow both of these up and get +2 H. Oops. Excuse me, I would like your dead body, please. Could I utilize it? Could you come out real quick? I haven't seen this game since I was like 8. Are you like 15 now? How long has this game been out? Uh-oh, I fucked up that bomb throw. The original game was like 2008? Yeah, the original Spelunky. We ain't talking the original, are we? Unless that's what they're talking about. Ooh, if that had hit me, that would have been a flaming arrow. That would have killed me. Okay, we want money if we're going to the... if we're going to the black market, we just need to collect some dollars. All right. Chad, I am in the jungle. Thoughts? It's been a while since I've been in the jungle. But I do pretty well on... Those moves were insane. You have to admit that. Holy shit. Those were good fucking moves. I had to be up high enough to drop down at full momentum so that I could get past the boomerang before it hit me. Those were such good moves, man. Okay, don't have boots, so I can't step on the spikes. Give me this rock, please. I've got 10 HP. There is a cauldron up there that I'm going to go grab real quick. I'm not going to go there because that could hit me. I could bonk my head. I don't want to take one. We go grab the ghost pot. Do we ever think we'll get a Lunky 3? Derek Yu, the creator, just tweeted out something about Lunky yesterday, but I think it's just a plushie. HB is restless back there, man. I gotta take him on a stroll after this. Okay. Ba-da-dum bum bum, ba-da-dum boom, ga-da-ba-da-doom. Meep mop shmeep. Shmeep shmop shmeep. Shmeep shmop shmeep. Shmeep 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 shmop shmeep shmop shmeep. Playing for the money here, man. We're playing for the money. As much money as we can get. Which means if I get a 6 here, I should gamba to just try to get more money, right? And then if we get a 1, we go for the 7. You could also get this guy's pot of gold, but that does cost me a bomb. Let's play for some money.
Took me too long to refill my bigs on my pupa slaggy crashy computer, but here are my thoughts on you reaching jungle. Jungle D's nuts got 'em.
Not a black market level, because there is yet another gamba. The man-eater insta-kills you, so you gotta be real careful about that. So many damn mosquitoes on this fucking floor, man. That's all I can hear. Okay, this is where the black market is. You can see the little hole in the wall, and also the Ujat eye is going crazy mode. Jack, get ready for the greatest song in the game. Okay. I mean, paste and bombs is really all we needed, man. Why not be a little thief? Because I don't need to buy a jetpack. If I needed to be able to afford a jetpack, I'd probably do it, but... Gloves? I don't really like gloves a lot of the time with Jetty. Not a big fan, usually. Take another rope. Okay. It's a personal take, though. If you like it, go for it.
can now walk on this. I gotta remember, though, we still don't have Cuppy, man.
Random rant. I am very busy at
Okay.
work, and I realize that it's fucking cool that I'm a huge part of the inner workings of a movie theater. I love being behind the scenes.
Okay. Type shit.
Oh, yeah, my Tesla makes me goon.
My Tesla. Everything computer. We love Tesla. You're a bitch. Go this way. Give me my bag of bombs, you fuck. Another munch and another login for 5 minutes to get my Prime sub. Type shit, Diana. I think Diana's like probably one of the coolest names that we got from that generation. Like our parents' generation. Like my mom's generation. Like there's a lot of like Brendas and Karens and Debbies. Barbaras, Nancy's. Yeah. Diana's one that should stick around for sure. And I know that Diana's been a name for many, 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 many years before that, I'm pretty sure. Like it's a name that goes very far back, but so do a lot of the other names, right? It's just the popular names from those generations, right? Ellis. Ooh, I do like Ellis. Or Ellie. I do like Ellie. I had a really good friend growing up named Ellie. We used to lifeguard together. She was amazing.
Yeah, bro, I named myself after a card. AC. Zoomer names are just fucking stupid, but in a good way.
Zoomer names? Yeah, what are the current names of this generation? Or of, like, the current generation being born? Do we have popular names yet? Do we have enough of a data set? Diana, thank you for the 19.
Almost your parents' age. Is being your streamed mom already taken by anyone else?
Well, my mom is 30 years older than me. And I am almost 30. So unless you're almost 60, you got a little ways to go. Crazy how there hasn't been a single altar yet. Yeah. Glad I didn't go cape. Closer to 50 than 30? It's still not that bad. I still would not call you stream mom. We've got a few people in their 50s that regularly watch my content. Regularly watch the stream is a little bit more farce. Go ahead.
$50 balls in your mouth. Got 'em.
A little bag of bombas. The dog is poisoned! These levels are so sad. Where the hell are the altars, man? Hey, I found the altars, man. Would love jump shoes here. I'll take it. Again, like I wasn't gonna spend money on it, but like if it shows up, it shows up. I'm chilling. Don't you always want jump shoes? I do always want jump shoes, man. Jumping is a crazy thing that I love to do, and it being higher is nice. Call me crazy, chat, but I love jumping. Jumping in your mom's DMs, got him.
I love jumping. Jumping on these nuts. Actually, wait, don't do that. Ow, 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 ow.
Jumping in your mom's DMs, except I won't be doing that because I just ran her over with my Tesla, got him.
We are going to, we are going to, we are going to, we are going to,
Stop being mean to me! Wait, I don't even need to go this way, right? Because I can just skip. Yeah, I don't even need that shit. I don't even need to do that. Yeah, but you were the one that ran over my mom with your Tesla? She was old. Wait, do you expect me just not to run over old people? Excuse me?
Why do I have a cough in the back of my throat? Who put that there? Son of a bitch. How am I a vandal, old man? I didn't do anything. I don't really need to kill these guys. I think I'm just not going to kill the guy down there. It's not worth it. Free chicken. I wanted to see what he had in that shop. Or was it... Oh, was it the guy in the fucking vault? It wasn't even a shop. God damn it. Good one. Don't be a bee, please. What's behind the stay outdoor? A vault full of money. Fuck, I have a meeting in half an hour, man. This is a good fucking run. I don't even need wood. I would like wood, but I don't even need wood. God, I would like to sit on my mom's lap, though. How's it going, August? I mean, Mommy. Game's looking pretty woodless over here, though. Have a good one, Waddler. It's been a pleasure, buddy. Okay. I'll use the clone gun to duplicate that at the very least, I guess. It's fine. Few bombas. This is awkward. Like, no, I forgot my car keys. Yeah. Nah. Goodbye for real this time. Yeah. Okay. Where the hell's my damn wood, man? Man that shows up to build a house. And they're out of a vital resource. No! Is she mad at me? I paid for the challenge before, but she might want to kill me. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, clutched. Wait. I need some Gatorade. Oh my God. Okay. Here we go. Get in the hole, man. No, I need to get up. No, no, the fucking bow. Yeah, at least I get to make the meeting. Still a victory, though, baby. Honestly, for a jungle run, really good. I didn't even lose because I went jungle, which is crazy. Boom, boom, no, 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 no. I wish Derek was a playable character in Lunky. It's probably an easy mod. Probably a very much already made mod. Pa-ching! Where did I shape up? $32. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. This daily is hard. This was a hard daily. Simong didn't get $7.99. Wow, wow, wow. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. That's CO is crazy. Damn. I mean, Agreeable Pixels in chat, and they're fucking number one on the leaderboard right now. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Anyways, chat. Perfect timing to end the stream, as always. I'm smooth with it. I'm slick with it. But now we got to I gotta go. I got meetings tonight, man. I got meetings on meetings tonight. I think of the stuff. Thank you for the gifted over to Agreeable Pixel. I got meetings on meetings. I got 2 meetings tonight. I got 2 damn meetings tonight. But yeah. Anyways, thank you all for watching the stream today. I appreciate you. I will see you guys tomorrow for a little bit of August content. So you guys like August content, show up for some goddamn August content. It is what it is. See you guys. Bye, chat.